Okay. So, I know I'm a little bit late. And technically, I was supposed to stream yesterday. But I sort of messed up my sleep schedule, and then apparently I thought family was coming over, but it turned out they weren't, so I was very confused on whether or not I would be free. So it was all a mess yesterday, and then today I just took a long time in the shower. That's pretty much my only excuse. So yeah, we're like 30 minutes late for the actual stream time, but I mean, I do this for fun anyways, so like I'm not really that mad about it. One of these days, I'm gonna make it to a stream that I set up ahead of time, and I'm gonna make it on time. Hopefully soon. I don't want it to be like a channel-long journey of just trying to do this. Anyways, it's saying that I don't have any data. I just want to make sure that I'm actually streaming. Okay, excellent quality. There we go. I was wondering why it was saying no data. Also, it did not set up the game that I am supposed to be streaming. I set this up ahead of time, but Phantasmagoria, for some reason, does not register in the game title for game category. If I type in Phantasmagoria, a flower view, and then I press save, it says that the changes are saved, but then it doesn't register the game. It's like it didn't save it at all. Why are you lying to me, YouTube? Why? What? Okay, what if I type in Touhou Phantasmagoria and choose something else? Touhou Keizuka Phantasmagoria Flower View. Alright, we'll go with that one then. Oh, it saved it for that one immediately? Alright, well, here's a tip for people who want to stream Touhou 9 Phantasmagoria A Flower View. If you're setting up the game title for your game category, do not choose the one that just says Phantasmagoria A Flower View. You have to choose the option that says Touhou Keizuka Phantasmagoria A Flower View, which is the full title of it. Also, hello.
To try to keep you sane.
Yes. I am just currently setting up my stream.
Gotcha.
And, you know, I am a little bit late.
Kinda, yeah.
But you know, in my defense, it was a really good shower.
Okay. Alright.
Sounds like you, alright.
Yep. It's me in a nutshell.
Yeah, so we are here to keep you from going insane.
Thank you, because this game is actually very hard.
Good.
And to keep me extra sane, I have what's essentially my breakfast right here, because I haven't ate anything at all today.
So, we, what is it? We went to, oh, Steam just went down. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, for maintenance, more than likely. When, Dad and I went over to the Chinese food place, they were closed.
Oh, no.
So we went over next door to a pizza place that does thin crust.
I love thin crust pizza.
And it was perfect. It was easy for Dad and I to eat because our teeth aren't the greatest. I mean, I told you many times already.
Well, of course, yeah.
But it was very easy for us to eat it.
That's awesome. Oh, by the way, it's Drew's birthday.
Yeah, 35.
Yes. It's awesome. Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you again.
I didn't say it like verbally to you.
15 years older than
No,
me.
you know, like I knew Scar was gonna sing it and get on your butt about it. I'm sitting there like, Scar, stop, please.
It's okay. Scar means well.
I know, but
Wait, what was going on?
Oh, we were supposed to sing Happy Birthday to Druid together, but then I
Oh.
chickened out.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get
Don't have
awkward
to
too
do
when
it.
it happens.
Yeah, like I said, it irks, it bothers me slightly because it's like if you guys aren't like feeling it, I don't want to force you guys to do it.
And that is
Yeah.
yeah, that's totally fair. I feel the same way.
Mhm.
Also, since Maluki is here, I'm going to add his face onto Marisa.
Mhm.
So it's just Maluki twerking.
Mhm.
I unfortunately do not have a face ready for Druid because the face I was making
Yeah,
for him,
Orig.
I didn't make.
Okay, I will go over to where Jeff is and I'll talk to him. So, guys, have fun.
No
Okay.
worries. Yeah.
Hey.
It's just me and you, Maluki.
E.
Me and you. Against the blue. The blue skies of life. I don't want to be here anymore, Spirit. Bye.
Wait, what?
Nothing. I'm just joshing you.
Sorry, I kind of zoned out there for a second.
No worries. I wasn't saying anything important.
I've been doing that a lot lately. I just kind of zone out.
Sounds kind of concerning. Look, did you zone out
No, I
again?
mean, like, it's just like I just get so enveloped in whatever the hell I'm doing. It's like I just kind of zone out and just like, huh?
You know what? I noticed that. I noticed that I do that a lot whenever I'm streaming a game. I look back at the VOD and I notice that I don't listen to you guys most of the time when I'm playing something or I'm super indulged in something. And that's not because I'm not into the conversations. It's just that, you know, I'm distracted. So I think that's the same with you,
Yeah, pretty much.
which is totally fair. Speaking of which, today we're playing Touhou 9. I was about to say 19, but no. I mean, it's kind of like 19. It has the same gameplay mechanics. But before we get into the game, I did mention that I was going to start doing some reading every time I do a live stream for a new Touhou game. Specifically, the prologues that they have for the manuals. Which basically detail the story and what's to be expected in the game. It's actually not that long compared to the other games. Alright. Gensokyo has revived. Spring's sunlight has dyed the white of winter, and Gensokyo has completely regained the colors of life. So I guess this takes place after the winter time, which was the 7th game. The colors that had slept during winter awoke, covering Gensokyo. The flowers and the fairies simultaneously became noisy. The season's unusual beauty had caused a stir in all who lived in Gensokyo. The girls quickly became aware of the strangeness. Cherry blossoms, sunflowers, chrysanthemums, Chinese bellflowers. It was only spring, yet flowers of every season had simultaneously started to bloom. Many humans and all of the fairies, accepting that as the present from nature, accepting that as the present from nature, were in high spirits for a while. However, the most laid-back human in Gensokyo usually got rattled, which is Reimu the Shy Maiden. I must resolve this straightforward incident. If not, it's like saying to everyone that I'm shirking my duties. As always, aimlessly following her intuition, she flew out of her Shinto shrine. Gensokyo itself has revived. The girls were also part of nature. The force of the fairies was nature's force. Everyone knew that it's unable to deny nature. And that is Oriental Flower Viewing Mount, otherwise known as Phantasmagoria of Flower View, the title of the game. So this game is all about flowers. Oh, apparently Jeff just bought Samurai Warriors 5. Which is a game that I own and have been wanting Druid to get. The normal version, not the premium version. I'm gonna tell him that that doesn't matter because the DLC isn't really all that worth it. It's apparently on sale right now, but I think Druid wanted to get the Fate game instead. Wait. Oh, he bought the game for Druid. I was wondering, like, is Jeff a Samurai Warriors fan? But no, he's not. Okay, that's awesome.
Ooh, dragon! Finally. Look, finally decided to come out of the woodworks, huh?
Are you playing Skyrim?
Yep.
Ah, okay. Finally, dragons. It's the name of the game, after all.
I haven't seen one for like the last 5 hours.
Haven't you already played the game before? Don't you know what's gonna happen?
Well, yes, I have, but I'm playing modded, remember?
Right. Did it change like the whole story stuff revolving around it?
I wouldn't say,
Or did it add extra content?
extra content.
Okay. When I
Also
say
that, I am also doing the, side stuff now.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. Alright, so this game is all about flowers, as the title states. So basically, it is springtime, and all kinds of flowers are being bloomed all throughout Gensokyo. To a point where it's becoming a little over excessive, and every single fairy and supernatural being are going kinda nuts because of it. And so, Reimu, who deems this as an incident? Question mark? Decides to solve it. So in terms of difficulty, we have the Skunk Cabbage easy level, a gentle difficulty level with the least attacks. We have Pheasant's Eye normal difficulty, a standard difficulty level. Camellia Sasquatch hard level. The attacks start off pretty hard. And finally, Red Spider Lily lunatic difficulty, the difficulty level of the other side. We're obviously going with normal, but as a quick warning, this game can get pretty nuts if you don't know how it works. Don't mind the spoilers here, we're going to be starting as Reimu. I also have a 100% save file because, yeah, it's kind of difficult to play through the entire game and get all the characters unlocked. So far this incident has been happening everywhere. Oh, dang it. A duck carried a leak, and it's coming, it's coming. Isn't that song inappropriate for the birds to be singing? A professional isn't picky about what they sing. So, this game is kind of like a love letter to every single Touhou game at the time. It brings in characters from Touhou 6 to Touhou 8, including ones that were introduced in some of the written material. So, one thing that I'm not too sure about in terms of Touhou 9 is something that I've heard off and on again, is that apparently this was supposed to be the final game in the franchise, or at the very least, the final game in a sort of renaissance of Touhou. Zune apparently, and again, this is all conjecture, this is all me hearing from word of mouth, is that Zune apparently wanted to restart the franchise again, similar to what he did with PC-98. And this was going to be the final Touhou game, in a sense. Apparently that didn't happen, though, because now we have more Touhou games and more characters returning. When flower viewing rather than singing songs, isn't it wonderful to compose songs?
Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Especially freaking Lily White, she's high on life, both literally and metaphorically. Hello, Yog, it's nice to see you again. Yeah, Lily White the fairy is kind of nuts. Not just because it's a special kind of spring, but also because it's just spring in general. She's a spring fairy, after all.
Let me know if there's anything else.
Even flying all the way above the clouds, there's nothing that can be a hint. Finally, this flower incident has got the Shrine Maiden moving. You're way too late. There's one of the Prism River sisters, Lyrica. I try to work, and this is the thanks I get? Wait, what? You're alone today? It's my day off. So I kill you. Yes, just casually shooting bullets at each other on your days off. I mean, that's what you pretty much do on your days on. I feel like messing with a Shrine Maiden today. All the yokai just go into their designated corners. They file in their paperwork. Okay, I'm ready to fight the Shrine Maiden. That's what every new character has to do when they make a new Touhou game. Is it my turn to fight her yet? And Zune's like, no, not yet. Noise sign, Lyrica solo. But I should stop reading the spell cards when I'm trying to dodge stuff. Especially in this game, where bullets do not stop. And you're wearing that on an off day. Even brought along your instrument. Well, she kind of is the instrument. She can't kind of just, you know, let it go. She's a poltergeist after all. I sure lost my lead fast. Who the heck would be doing such a thing? Even the Shrine Maiden. Seems to be completely at a loss this time. So this is the first time we get to hear Tei Inaba speak. In the last game, she was just a mid-boss. Even if I don't have a lead, I'll eventually arrive at the truth. I hold out, I reach out through the truth. That's some confidence. Well, meeting me here might not be completely fruitless. It was Touhou 8 that was supposed to be the end. The omake text for Shoot the Bullet revealed he was planning Shoot the Bullet in Touhou 7, though thought of using photos in universe for Touhou 9 and introduced Aya for it specifically. Wow, that's fascinating. Also, I can't believe I dodged that while not looking at the screen. I just saw that, like one of the medallions that's bouncing on the walls. I apparently Matrix dodged it. I can understand why Touhou 8 was seemingly going to be the final game, as there was a lot to it in terms of content and a lot of lore information that I feel like would be perfect for a final game. Although I question whether or not Zune also planned to release the manga tie-ins as well for Touhou 8. He probably did, which is also probably why the Lunarian OP sisters are, you know, so OP. He probably didn't think Reima would continue being the main protagonist, or maybe wouldn't even think he'd continue with the series. Mind if I take a rabbit's foot with me as a good luck charm? Reimu, you would cut off her own foot. Don't do that. Reimu, I know you don't mind needless killing, but please don't kill the Buni. This mansion is so dark all the time. Speaking of Touhou 8, that's because it only lets in the moonlight. It's a reason. It's the udonge. What brings you here today? I just thought I'd stop by. You know, just stop by with the Lunarians. I'm here to investigate the flower incident. Is written all over your face. So I'm gonna kill you. Wasn't planning during 7 so much as he was interested in the concept. And granted, it is a really interesting concept to have a shooting game based off of taking photos.
What?
Yeah, one of the spin-offs is you fight bosses, but in order to beat the stages, you have to take photos of them. You can't actually shoot them down. It's because you're playing as a photographer. It's actually really fun, but also really difficult because it doesn't have a difficulty level. So it starts off easy and then it suddenly gets, you know, lunatic difficulty. I've never beaten any of those photography games, but maybe I will play them one day. In terms of the Touhou games we're going to be playing for the future, next Touhou game after we finish 9 will be Touhou 10. I'm not going to play Touhou 9.5 until a later date. I'm going to save the photography games for later unless they have canon information that is important for later games. Really, you don't know anything. You're no help, so call your master for me. And she probably won't know either. Hey, innocents. We literally just started, even though we were supposed to start like an hour ago. My bad. Huh? These are normal cherry blossoms. The flower's abnormality hasn't reached the netherworld. That's why it's calm here. Yomo. Since flowers are blooming, I thought you people might be up to something. Oh, that's a pretty smart assumption. That's what you thought from seeing them? You're mistaken, so go away. To be fair, Yomu, you guys did take all the spring last winter. Or was it last summer? No, I think it was last spring. Last spring, they took all the spring away, so that's why winter ended up bleeding into the spring season. I mean, again, fair assumption for Reimu to think they're probably the ones who are up to this incident. So yeah, this game is basically like a love letter to the previous 3 games. You have characters returning from each game. You have locations and music returning as well. Some characters get new themes, but also returning themes, like Yomu here gets her stage theme. And the gameplay is very reminiscent of Touhou 3, which we did unfortunately skip, but that's mostly because Touhou 3 has a lot of stories. And I'd rather save that for another time. But we did play Touhou 19, which is, you know, technically later in the canon, but like we have that experience. So this game is basically a shoot 'em up with 2 screens. You have your side of the screen on the left and your enemy's side of the screen on the right. And basically you fight until either you or the enemy lose all of your lives. She's not cracking. I really was wrong. And you get like charge attacks. Your charge 1 is like a super attack that can deal with enemies. Some characters have different charge attacks. Reimu's basically shooting homing amulets. And then you have your level 2, level 3, and level 4 charges, which send boss attacks to the other player's side of the screen. Unlike Touhou 19 though, we don't have the ability to slow down bullets with our scope. Honestly, I don't have a lead. At this rate, I'll have to go pretty far out of my way. Does it? Pretty damn obvious. The ordinary magician, Marisa. Did you think sticking around here would let you find the culprit sitting there like a rock, does it? Normally, if I just arbitrarily go fight someone, the culprit will show themselves in no time. That's not something to brag about, though, is it? No, actually, we did not play through 5. I skipped 5 because I really wanted to get back into Touhou 8. We will go back to 5 eventually, especially since that's the game that introduced Alice, and I want to show off Alice's introduction. I unfortunately did not get to show that off before we got to 7, but like, Alice is still a good character anyways. Now see, the important thing that I really wanted to do when going back to the PC98 games was to show off Touhou 4, specifically for this game, which we will see later on. But yeah, unlike Touhou 19, this game, when you use the scope, it does not slow down bullets. That is a thing that was introduced in 18.5 and then re-established in 19. Although, something that Touhou 19 didn't have is the ability to erase bullets around you by using your level 2 and higher charges. So that's a strategy to use later on in the game. If you're dealing with a huge wall of bullets, you just spam your level 2s and other levels, and things will go away. Basically, it's a way to manage all of this extra fluff on the screen. Because, my gosh, this game has a lot of bullets. These versus shooters have a habit of just clumping the entire screen with tiny bullets to the point where it's so difficult to dodge that it's pretty much impossible to do so. Now, one thing that Touhou 19 also didn't have was a score that you could see on the screen. And there's a mechanic in the game where if you get a score of 100,000, you automatically sent a level 4 boss attack to the enemy side of the screen. And there I go. Also, another change, Touhou 19 had 1 life, whereas in this game, you have multiple lives. Technically, I should say you have 5 lives per... what's the way to say it? You have 5 hearts, basically. 5 hearts, which is 5 hits. Although, in 19, it's 5 hits. In this game, it's whatever the game feels like. Because for some reason, the amount of damage that you take is different depending on how long you last in the battle and how early you get hit. As you saw there, the battle only lasted for like 20 seconds and I took 1.5 heart of damage. Don't ask me how it works. I'm pretty sure not even Zoo knows how it works, which is why he got rid of the whole mechanic in 19 and just settled for lives. Although in the context of the story mode, he settled for a completely new mechanic where you just have to shoot down the boss patterns until you shoot enough patterns down, or survive enough patterns in order to progress with the story, which I think was a great way to bring back this game's whole mechanic system. This isn't getting me anywhere. I'll go to where I rarely visit next. Yomu deserved a spot in 19. I agree. In a game about ghosts, it's surprising how the ghost character did not show up at all. Neither her or her ghost boss. Strange Bird has nothing on this. I dig both themes. I specifically like the Strange Bird version, or the Scarlet Letter Rhapsody version of Strange Bird. There was a pond here? Well, I rarely visit the mountains, so I believe this is Yokai Mountain, which is a location that will become more important in Touhou 10 and later on. Anyway, even the lotuses are in full bloom. Really, what's going on? It's been a few hours since anyone was seen at the shrine, so I thought to myself, the Shrine Maiden has finally made her move. I couldn't spot her anywhere, so I wondered where she was headed. And lo, the Shrine Maiden was sighted! This deep in the mountain, Wind God Girl. Now then, time for a news story. There she is. This is Aya Shamemaru. She is a Tengu news reporter. And lo, a suspicious yokai was sighted. She is a character who was introduced in written material before this game. So people who actually read the written stuff that Zoom made would recognize this character. No, don't mind me. Just continue. Go on. Even if you tell me to continue, I haven't a single lead, and I'm just flying about. I was wondering why so many flowers were blooming, and with that, I went out and wandered around. Flowers, you say? That doesn't sound like it'd make a good news story.
The fuck did it blast it to? Jesus Christ.
When the durian blasts you.
No, it just... Something blasted a bear.
Oof.
it went flying, and I have no idea where it went.
I love it when ragdolls happen in that game.
Suddenly there was just a fireball and it's like, what?
I'm a news reporter. I pen articles on everyone's interesting doings up to now. That's why we Tengu know quite a lot about you people. Articles? I haven't even seen any newspapers recently. Well then, as I said earlier, don't mind me and continue on. I'll be discreetly taking notes. Oh yeah, I just remembered. I was in the middle of a yokai extermination. Huh? I was in the middle of indiscriminately exterminating any yokai I find. Because as we know, she doesn't mind indiscriminate killing. I can't believe it was foreshadowed even this early on. So Aya Shamemaru, I believe it's the Bunbunmaru newspaper that she is in charge of. The Tengu are basically the pipeline of news and information all throughout Gensokyo. They are housed in Yokai Mountain, which is mostly comprised of Tengu and Kappa. Originally, it was the home of the Oni, but the Oni ended up leaving a long time ago, as we learned in Touhou 7.5 with Suika. With Suika being the only one left in Gensokyo. Wow, she's actually kicking my ass. But I forget what the written material was that introduced Aya. But basically the written material was composed of in-universe news articles of each character in, well, most of the characters in Touhou 9 and from Touhou 6 to Touhou 8. And basically it detailed information about them, stories about them. You got to learn about Yukari's fascination with describing Shikigami as programs that you can, or as computer programs or computer AI that you can program specifically. And you also get to learn about a secret organization housed in the human village from Kane. Basically, it's really interesting written stuff about the lore and world of Gensokyo. Now, as a boss fight, Aya is pretty difficult. Stage 7 is usually where the bosses don't like to die. And you kind of either just have to survive for a good 3 minutes, or die enough times for the enemy AI to go easy on you. Although it does take a while. An important thing to note is there can only be one boss character on screen. As such, you can cancel boss attacks on your screen by sending your own back to the other screen, which is not something you could do in 19. You could technically have 2 boss characters, so that's a good strategy to have, which is why you really want to shoot down as many enemies as possible to get the 100,000 spell point hit score, so that you can automatically send a boss on their side. It's actually a really decent strategy to get the 100,000 hit. I keep forgetting the number. You get the 100,000 hit, and then you automatically stop shooting, get the score down back to 0, and then start shooting again and try to get it to 100,000 again. By the time the enemy will use their level 4 or potentially get their own 100,000 score, you will confidently be able to send your own boss attack to their side of the screen. It's a strategy that I implement a lot with a green-haired character in this game. Also, you do not have bombs. If you press the bomb button and you have a bit of your... Oh, I saw that G! I didn't get the G! Reimu is not a gangsta, sadly. If you press the bomb button and you have a bit of meter, you... Wow, I was supposed to press the bomb button there. You basically use up all your meter for... to basically do an all-out attack. You use up all of your meter to do whatever level you have available to you at that point. And yeah, Aya's bullets are incredibly fast, and they are all aimed at your current position that you're at. So, I got walled by a fairy. Sadly, not the first time this has happened in this series. Genocide is just a game. I know what you're referencing. We'll get to that line eventually. It's rubber banding like Mario Kart, but with lives. That's pretty much how the lives work in this game. Heck, that's kind of like how the AI works as well. If you suck at the game, then they'll start going easy on you, but if you're really good at it, they're just really difficult to kill. You know what? It's exactly like Touhou 6 as well, where the difficulty of patterns, no matter which difficulty you play on, like innate difficulty, changes depending on how good you are at the game, because there's a hidden score mechanic. If you do good at the game, if you don't get hit, if you don't use bombs, the hidden score ends up going higher, and thus patterns will become much more denser and much more faster. If you start to suck, the patterns will become a lot more lenient. And that's the reason why everyone says that one of Patchouli's spells is like the hardest spell in the entire series. Emerald Megalith, I think, is the name of the spell. That and Scarlet Meister. Although Scarlet Meister is just plain difficult. Has nothing to do with the score, it's just difficult. Lily! There she is! So Lily is an occurring obstacle in this game, and she is incredibly annoying. Not my words, Zune's words. Zune has stated that Lily is incredibly annoying in this game. She basically just shows up to shoot a bunch of patterns at you, because it's spring, and she wants to unload all of her spring energy. I almost made a joke there, but I stopped myself. If you manage to shoot her down, you get a collectible, and it's either this, the G, which refills your entire bar, or other things. It's your own fault for nonchalantly appearing in front of a yokai exterminator. It would have been better if I would have been better off taking pictures secretly. Ah, that's right, you're a newspaper reporter. Then you're a source of information, no? So tell me everything you know about this flower incident. Ah, yes, flowers, right. The flowers are self-explanatory. Don't you feel that there's something else going on aside from the flowers? I already had a hunch even without being told. And please don't ask me. Yes, I can finally see my destination with my intuition. She's opened her third eye and now she knows exactly where to go. Hello, Revan. I thought you were supposed to be sleeping. Hey, I will shoot down Lily as many times as I want. And I got out of the shower. I am okay. She killed 3 Yamawaru and 2 Rokurokubi on her way over here. That's funny. Only a little though. Arcades use that difficulty mechanic to get people off the machine, and it's so bad people try to kill enemies and commit suicide to clear a game. Wow, okay. You know, I wonder if that's like a speedrun trick for Touhou 6. And, you know, is it even possible to speedrun a Touhou game? Like, if you're that good, wouldn't the times be very similar? Like, very congruent with each other? I guess a better way to say it... I guess a better thing to ask is, do people suicide on purpose when they play Touhou 6 for high scores, like when they do a high score run? I would think not, because if they want a better high score, I would assume, you know, you'd want to get more bullets on the screen, which means you'd want a higher rank. Yeah, rank is that hidden difficulty modifier you were talking about. In Touhou, it's kind of weird as it's not all that noticeable unless you're on Lunatic. I know that it's very prominent in Touhou 6, and I'm not sure if it's in any other games. But if it is in any other games, then that's really unfortunate. Yeah, I was distracted by the amount of flowers, but there are 2 other things that are abnormally increasing. First, the number of fairies. Well, I guess they just came out to celebrate the flowers. What is a living human babbling on about in this graveyard? It's a redhead. And the fact that spirits are everywhere. Apparently, I'm all over the place. What else is new? A first warning for a human hurrying to their death. The fee for crossing the Sanzu River is unreasonable. You can't cross with just shrine offerings. Smug. I won't be crossing. I got no money either. Wait, who are you? I'm the first class Sanzu River Guide, Komachi of Onozuka. Of Onozuka? Okay. At the Higan shores is Sanzu's Titanic, which is the name of her boat. I'm talking about my boat, you see. She's on a boat. I usually don't let living humans pass, but if you can pay the fee, I won't mind taking you on a luxury cruise across the Higan shores. So she's a Shinigami, which is a death god in Japanese. I said I won't cross, and I don't have money either. She's also sort of associated with Sharon, or Karen, who's in charge of the river Styx, who basically ferries souls to the afterlife. Limited time offer, 10% off. Whatever already. I'm just here to investigate the spirits that have been multiplying along with the flowers. Spirits? Flowers? Ah! Spirits! Spirits! Spirits are multiplying! Okay. You know what that means. Let's see. Can I actually do this? I'm wondering if I can just, copy... Paste... No. Copy, paste, reference. There we go. There we go. We have multiplying spirits. I'm stupid. Anyways. No suicides necessary for Touhou. Even in Lunatic, Zune is pretty good at making things physically possible in all circumstances with planning. Yeah, technically every game is possible. Every spell card is possible to complete, which is why the photography games, no matter how hard they can be, is still possible to complete. And even then, it's only really blatantly noticeable in Touhou 4 and 6, despite it actually being present in Touhou 10. Oh, did not know that. No wonder 8 started to become a lot harder the more good I got at it. In Touhou 7, rank only affected one pattern in the whole game. That being Lyrica's opener in Touhou 8, it only affected Tei's second non-spell. And in Touhou 10, it only affected Shizuha's second non. Well, it's a good thing in Touhou 8, I used Marisa and Alice, and I just nuke Tei during her second non-spell. So it's kind of like a whole lot of nothing. Alright, yeah, suicides aren't used for scoring in Touhou 6. Although they are used in Touhou 7, depending on which run you watch. I have seen a couple runs of Touhou 7 where it's actually very ideal to use to suicide the enemy, because a lot of people play as Sakuya, and in order to get a lot of score with Sakuya, you need bombs, and in order to get bombs, you have to lose your life. It's kind of interesting to watch that process unfold. It's really cool how identical the Sanzu and the Styx mythologies end up being. Yeah, to the point where Zune allowed Komachi to essentially reference both of them. She's basically just a mixture of a Shinigami, a normal Shinigami, and Karen. She's a Karen Shinigami. Spirits are multiplying! Didi! The spirits are multiplying! Spirits. I was thrown off by the flowers, but upon further investigation, I see now that there are spirits. How did this happen? Looking more closely, the red spider lilies are blooming too. And those purple cherry blossoms. I'll just pretend I didn't see that. Don't. You look like you know something. Well, I'll be off here. I have to work and all, you see. Could it be that you didn't ship the spirits to Higan Shores like you were supposed to? Is Gensokyo full of spirits because you were slacking off? How the hell am I supposed to gather them all and where... Well, how am I supposed to gather them all and where am I supposed to go? Well, to Higan, of course.
Lemon. I say that lemon.
Hey.
In your lime.
It's the Lemon Lord! Do your work. I got it, if you're saying
that could be taken in two different ways.
Wait, what do you mean by that? I'll free you to my Titanic. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you mean by Lemon Lord going two ways?
You can take it as literally just talking about the... If it's a fruit or whatever it's called. Whatever it is.
I think it might be a fruit.
Lord. Or, if you take it in the context of fanfiction...
Uh-huh.
Sexual fanfiction.
Oh. Now see, when you said Fruit Lord, I thought you were going to go into, oh, you're calling yourself fruity.
No.
But no, that's okay. You went like a completely different route.
Yeah. You said Lemon Lord, so I was like, that could be taken two different ways.
Okay, well, do you want to be taken different? No.
No.
Okay,
Not
good.
particularly.
Good.
Fucking throw a lemon at your head.
Ah! You realize if that hits my eyes, that would be very, very painful.
Not if it's just a whole lemon.
Oh. Well, then you would just hurt my feelings.
Well, when life gives you lemonade...
You
or
make
life
lemons?
Yes.
Yes, you just revert them into lemons. That is your super ability. We found Maluki's true Touhou ability. It's not manipulation of sound. It's to revert fruit back into what they were.
If you do that, you kind of end up duplicating them.
Okay, but what if you can bring them back from the dead?
What?
Yeah, technically, if you if you squeeze a lemon, you kill the lemon, so it's dead. But if you bring the lemon back to life, then you get a whole lemon.
It's kind of dead once you pull it off the plant.
Yes, but not with your ability.
Oi.
Okay, look,
Man,
this is just a workshop. You know, if you can come up with a better excuse for your ability, then I'm all ears.
I just feel like I'm spending my pretty much my whole day just getting bullied.
I mean, hey, you're used to it.
Oh, but still. Wait.
Okay, I'm not sorry. I should say you're used to it when you're around me.
And it's not just you, it's my family too.
Aww.
They're bullying me today too.
Oh, what did they do this time?
The usual.
Oh, teasing you?
Pretty much.
Wow. I watched the AI dodge through solid walls of bullets twice now. Just thought you'd know. Oh, no kidding. Like, the AI dodges weird stuff all the time, especially when we get to the final boss. She cheats. She's just straight up cheating. I don't know what lemons and lordships have to do with anything, but I'll take your word for it. Now take your huge ship and ferry those spirits. Even though you beat me with this many spirits, I'll be completely overworked. It's impossible. Looks like you're a quitter. Fine, call your boss for me, please. That's a problem. Are you slacking off? Komachi! Yeah. Your boss came. Maluki, her boss came. Come. I think I killed him. Komachi did not bring in any souls after such a long time, so I came here to check the situation. The Shigun is full of ghosts and flowers. Is it supposed to be Shigun or is it Higan? And on top of that, Komachi is fooling around with a shrine maiden. Is she now? I didn't realize that's what she was doing. When I first met Komachi, she seemed like a more diligent person. You're that Shinigami's boss. You people caused the flowers outbreak, right? Supreme Judge of Paradise, Ikishiki Yamazanadu. Now, Yamazanadu is supposed to be her title. She is the Enma, the Judge of the Afterlife. She's basically who condones and judges whether or not you are fit to enter either heaven, hell, or the netherworld. All wrapped in Japanese mythology. Those nameless spirits have not realized they're dead. They don't want to realize it. Such spirits are unstable. That is why they secretly want a body. Yeah, so, Pally, it turns out I'm dead, and I haven't realized it, so you need to let go of me. And then I can finally reach the afterlife.
Don't fucking what now?
Don't worry, I'll tell him later. He needs to accept the truth. Such spirits are unstable. Spirits who have lost their place come to dwell in flowers. That's why the flowers bloom. Such a cute bubbly face though. I know, right? She looks so happy while she's trying to judge us. Yet those spirits were humans from the outside. The lost spirits of those who died unexpected deaths. Yes, that is very much something to laugh about. Good timing. I know you're laughing at something else, Maluki, but that was good timing. Are you saying that all these flowers are human souls from the outside world? Flowers are plants that present one's personality. In other words, quantities of one's soul. Or qualities of one's soul. That is why they have a strong affinity with spirits. Bright spirits reside in sunflowers. Friendless, lonely spirits rest in the red spider lilies. And dogs reside in the blooms. And in the purple cherry blossoms. I see. It's not that the flowers themselves were doing something, but because there are too many spirits without a place. This flower incident occurred, so it was ultimately just a phenomenon. It wasn't actually someone who was trying to cause something, which is, you know, a surprise, because every game from this point had just an incident that someone was trying to cause in order to gain an ulterior motive. Well, now that I get it, I'm going to need you to do something about it. I can't really do much. Is it? It doesn't bother us, and it shouldn't be much of a problem to you either. Also, if the spirits make the flowers bloom, they can still believe they are alive. I don't think it'd hurt to leave them alone for a while. That's not the issue here. If I leave the incident alone, it'll look like I'm slacking off. If I just beat you instead of complaining, everything will return to normal. That's usually how it works, sadly. You've exterminated many yokai for no good reason. Oh, her theme song. and even some that weren't yokai. And despite being a shrine maiden, you don't commune with your god. At times, you even oppose your god. That's right, your karma runs a little too deep. At this rate, if you die, you won't even be able to go to hell. Well, if I can't go to hell, I'll just go to the netherworld. A Yama's judgment isn't as lenient as that. It is impossible to overturn a decision. Oh wow, the one time she actually got angry. If I were to be in charge of judging you, you would be condemned. How rude! Exterminating yokai is my job, that's all! Thieves, assassins, and soldiers would all say the same thing. Just because it's their job, it won't pardon their sin. To cleanse your sins even a little, you must accomplish good deeds. Alright, I'll consider it after beating you and bringing the flowers back to normal. She still doesn't understand. She's not the one who's causing it. In the purple cherry blossoms reside humans neck-deep in sin. Under these raining purple cherry blossoms, you shall cleanse your sins. So as the Yama, she is in charge of... Also, I love how all the fairies in this stage are dressed up as police officers. Apparently, they're all just cosplaying as the Yamazanadu, which I think is hilarious. This is also the stage where we get Lily White dressed up in a black garb. Zune has stated that it is in fact just Lily White cosplaying as well, like the other fairies, but fans have basically turned that into a completely different character. Lily Black. And she is... So, before we talk about Shikiki as the character, as the boss fight, she is the most cheated, or the most hardest boss in the entire franchise. She cheats all the time. Like, if you can look at her side of the screen, she is dodging stuff that she probably shouldn't be able to dodge. This is even worse than Zanmu in Touhou 19. And like her counterpart from Touhou 3, which also has similar mechanics, gameplay mechanics, she lasts for a very, very long time, and her patterns are incredibly difficult. Her boss attack, which gets into your side of the screen, every character has something like that. She basically creates a whirlpool on a certain position on the screen, and it creates these stick bullets, these palpes, and basically it's just, she makes more bullets out of bullets. She clutters the screen even further. You will rarely be able to beat Shikiki in one life. Although I'm actually surprised that I got her to... Wait, I got her to like 1 point of health? What the heck? I've never had that happen to me before. Like, by and large, on your first attempt against Shikiki, you're always going to end up... Well, usually she ends up beating you before she can even lose any points in her health, so that's actually kind of a surprise. She was almost dead. But yeah, you basically just have to survive. You're gonna lose a lot of lives during this, so I hope you didn't die too much during the main game. Her level 4 boss attack is kind of nasty as well. She summons a giant laser at your position. Your best bet to try to survive is to just spam level 2s when too many bullets enter the screen, especially when her boss attack shows up. Using a level 4 is fine, but I'd rather just save up the level 2s. That allows me to spam them constantly. Now, unfortunately, I spammed them a little too much. Yes, that's right, Spirit. You spam buttons a little too much. That is my sin. Sadly, that was my innocent sin. And fighting Ikishiki is my eternal punishment. She also likes to summon her boss all the time. Oh! You see, I saw that coming. I saw that coming too! Well, have you learned yet? But your sin isn't something as small as this. You still must repent much more. The reason why Yumimi actually considered slightly harder than Shiki-Iki. The reason why Yumimi and Shiki suck is because every boss has a hold timer that counts down as the round progresses. Once it runs out, the AI will start making intentional mistakes. See, I've heard of that before, but I didn't know how true it was. Okay. Yumimi and Shiki during the first round do not have this timer, meaning the only way to win is to get lucky and pray the AI actually makes unintentional mistakes or dies so that they actually get the timer in subsequent rounds. And surprisingly enough, she actually got down to 1 point of health in these 2 attempts, which is, again, surprises me. So this game has 3 continues, and I hope you can finish the game by the time you end up having to use all of them. I also believe there's a bad ending if you end up using a continue before a certain stage. I think it's like stage 7. Once you make it to stage 7, you can use as many continues as you want and you can get to the end. But, you know, if you're at stage 7 and you end up using one, then I tried to use a level 2. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use a level 2 whenever Lily shows up as well. Because, like, look at this! Look at this bullshit! Oh my gosh! Sometimes it's lucky when... Sometimes you get lucky when the screen freezes whenever the enemy does a attack. Now, I've noticed that some of these sticks seem to be aimed at my general position. Also, I'm pretty sure I had a level 4 summon, and then she immediately had her level 4 summon, so she countered mine. Yep. Okay, there's my level 4 summon. Damn it! Getting level 2s off is really difficult. No bad ends? Really, I could have sworn there was a bad end. Or maybe I'm just misremembering. I think the only time I believe I got a bad end was, like 10 years ago when I first played this game. So again, I could be misremembering. Well, she did something stupid. She, summoned her level 4 immediately into the game. So I can just shoot it down without having to use any levels. I would have liked it if she dropped a G, but, you know. We've already confirmed that Reimu is not gangsta. Even though she does not mind killing needlessly. Also, if it isn't obvious by the sound, you do also have to tap the button in this game. A change that they made in Touhou 19 was that you no longer have to tap the button. You just need to hold down the shoot button and you shoot. And the charge button is on a completely different button. Thank gosh, I never liked the tapping. Nope, I can't charge it fast enough. She didn't drop anything again. One really good thing I will say about Shiki-Iki, and you know, there's a lot of good things I could say about her. I like her character, but her theme song is great. As a game that is basically the love letter to the Windows era, and what I unofficially like to call the introductory arc of Touhou, it has a great final track that you listen to when you get to the final portion of the arc. Shiki-Iki's song, the 60th Judgment, is like absolutely amazing. Okay, yeah, she's summoning way too much things. Eat! I want the G! She didn't give me the G. I wanted the G! Alright, we both have 1 life left. We got it! Yeah! Take that, Shiki! I mean, I'm sorry. Please let me go to heaven, please. Besides, imagine making a bad end for every character not happening. Ooh, yeah, that would be like 11 bad endings, wouldn't it? I think 12 as well. No. I think there are 12 characters in this game? I don't remember. Anyways, we have an ending. I completely forgot. You know who didn't forget it, though? Chopper. Chopper didn't forget. So Chopper's gonna be here, hiding the ending, because he never forgot. He never forgot about what happened 60 years ago. He will always remember. At a hidden border in the mountain recesses, isolated from the human village, over at the Hakare Shrine, the cherry blossoms bloomed as always in springtime. Fate of the 60th year. Yeah, that's what it's called. In the end, however, the flowers throughout Gensokyo still continued to bloom. So if I remember correctly, the ending artwork in this game is drawn by the guy who drew the artwork in the fighting games of Twilight Frontier, Yuto Akiyama, I believe. Or was he the one who composed the music? I think he's the one who composed the music, but the artist specifically made the art for the ending sessions, or the endings in Touhou 9. It's no use, no matter how much I sweep and sweep. It's nice to have cherry blossoms bloom and all, but it'd be nicer if they didn't drop their petals. So we have Reimu basically just sweeping her shrine. Not to mention, it feels like the sides of my shoulders have gotten lighter somehow. I wonder if they've been possessed by something. Nah, can't be. I'm a shrine maiden. It's no use, I'm done cleaning. Yeah. I don't remember who the artist is. It's not Moe. Moe is the artist for some of the mangas and the later fighting games. It's no use, I'm done cleaning. I think I'll start a one-man flower viewing party. And now we have Komachi and Shiki showing up. And Shiki is very tall. She's about as tall as Komachi. Which, you know, if you know about Iki's fan interpretation, she is usually portrayed to be very short. Hey! Don't slack off on your own job. It looks like you can't say anything about Komachi anymore, says Shiki. Komachi says, you said you wouldn't slack off this much. What are you talking about? I can't even take a break just because of all these flowers happening to be blooming? On top of that, what about your own job? The flowers haven't even returned to normal yet. Reimu seems so happy. Shiki, the cherry blossoms are blooming. We're taking a break. Also, the number of phantoms coming from the outside world have dropped off. After this, we'll ferry the accumulated phantoms little by little, like usual. That is, if Komachi doesn't slack off. Komachi, like I told you, the world load was too much for him. Is it world load or is it workload? The text is a little tiny for me to read, but I think it's supposed to say workload. The workload was too much to... Ow. Did you just punch somebody? Apparently he did. I will just turn you down real quick for a second, Luki. I was trying to keep my own pace. Shiki. Oh look, it's Komachi. What are you doing here? Are you selling oil or something? Komachi, but Miss Shiki... But Miss Shiki said we're taking a break. Reimu. But why do you think all these phantoms suddenly increased in the first place? Not to mention these aren't just an ordinary ghosts, right? These phantoms are ghosts that haven't even realized that they've died yet. They're nameless ghosts that held onto the attachments to life even after death. It seems that something big might have happened in the outside world. Yes. I don't know what happened in the outside world, says Reimu, but if there are this many ghosts, I'm certain that a large number of humans, if not all, have unexpectedly died. Like from a large earthquake or a large volcanic eruption or a large tsunami. So, if I remember correctly, this game came out in 2005. There was a large earthquake that happened in Japan. It was either an earthquake or a tsunami. And I think the game is referencing to that. A huge event that caused the death of a ton of people. Shiki, or from a war. In any case, things have calmed down. So as the phantoms decrease as time passes on, the flowers will return to normal. Now they're sitting down having a little party. Reimu. Now if only the cherry blossoms wouldn't drop as many petals. Shiki. By the way, are you planning on doing a few good deeds? Reimu. Oh, you said I wouldn't be able to go to hell, so maybe at least once. Shiki. Yes, it's very important to have constant dedication. Reimu. Such as showing restraint when eating sweets. or try to stop wasting used tea leaves as much as possible. Or if a rice cracker gets damp, be sure to toast it before you eat it. I'm not sure that's what she meant, Rainbow. Komachi. Yeah, a shrine maiden's good deeds or something along the lines of that. Shiki. Well, I suppose that's fine. But first you should start by acknowledging the sins of your own actions. A living creature is in sin for as long as he lives. After that, the way you face your sins in life becomes crucial. Komachi. If you forget what you've been taught once you die, you'll end up bothering Miss Shiki to where she'll smack you into the Sanzu River, so be sure to stay as you are now. Shiki. Oh look, it's Komachi. Whatever happened to your job? Aren't the cherry blossoms still in full bloom? Rainbow. Yes. When are things going to get back to normal? Komachi, give me a break. The Grim Reaper of the Sanzu River and the Yama were unable to return Gensokyo's flowers back to normal. In the end, the flowers of Gensokyo continued to bloom. However, the Shrine Maiden was no longer impatient. Ultimately, the abnormal flowers will decrease as the phantoms cross the Sanzu River. The sunflowers bloom by humans with cheerful personalities. The red spider lilies bloom by humans with sad personalities. And the violet cherry blossoms bloom by those who committed acts of sin. Will all surely return to normal before summer arrives. If the outside world returns to normal, the amount of nameless phantoms will naturally decrease. The afterlife of fantasy, seen by the outsider humans, was becoming the regular life. Congratulations, ending number 1! Yay! Chopper is happy. Chopper is happy and he can now go back to rest and enjoy the cherry blossoms. Reimu didn't learn she killed 3 Tanukis and 1 Bakuteneko on the way home. And thus Reimu didn't learn a goddamn thing.
I don't even know if you can still hear the massive banging noise every time I hit something.
I know, there's just a loud banging noise every time you hit something.
It's actually just me, like, full on executing something.
Oh my gosh. Now that's Maluki's acts of sin.
What? I'm killing bugs.
Killing bugs, my people.
Eh.
Is it cockroaches?
I don't know what the fuck these things are.
Aw. Alps, that's his name. It was Alps who did the artwork for the fighting
They're
games.
called Elytra nymphs.
Ah. Yeah, I don't know either. Or from a war. Dun dun dun. Yes. That will be important for later.
Of course the fucking saints are here. 3! These assholes.
Rainbow when she encounters Shiki.
Also, I'm doing the restoration magic for once. I'm like actually playing with it more.
Nice.
So I'm not playing with the shield as much as I am with restoration right now. Even though I was just playing with the shield. So.
Fucking saint. Okay. So, now that Reimu's story is done,
Why are you naked?
do I want to ask for
Sure.
context?
No, just a naked dude.
Well, for the littlest context possible, Maluki is playing Skyrim, so that should be.
Apparently, my restoration just doesn't work. Okay.
Oh, apparently, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Ever Crisis are coming to PC. Anyways, like I called that. Yeah, Druid called that too. We all called it. It was pretty obvious. But I'm still gonna be happy about it.
Come on, let my screen move, please. Thank you.
Okay, so now we play as the DANZAI, Marisa. The best character in the game.
Alright, put the sword away. Thank you.
I like how I look at my character, my PNG tuber, and because I created a duplicate of it, I can change both of their expressions at the same time. Wow, the cherry blossoms, Chinese bellflowers, and Japanese irises are all blooming at the same time. Feels weird, Zeh. It's because you're seeing them all at once. That's why it's weird. Hello, Mr. Lorelai. Well, I shouldn't stare too hard, does it? That's what Maluki said when he saw that naked man. If you don't pay attention, you might get hit. By a bird's attack, that is. Bacock.
Alright, shield time.
Oh, I wish I had a shield in this game. Okay, I have to remember that Marisa is fast. I am so used to, hello.
Oh.
So, how was Jeff?
He was doing alright.
Nice.
He tried to get off for the night.
Oh, that's fair. It is actually kind of late for you guys, isn't it?
It's only 7:50.
Yeah. He has to get ready for school, so
Oh, fair.
he's going through like some course or something.
Oh, good for him.
For I guess
I
for
ran into
college
some
maybe.
naked guy who randomly exploded and I died.
Yeah, he also killed a bunch of bugs.
Yeah.
I don't like birds circling overhead, especially birds of prey. Oh, I didn't like that movie either. I say that, but I haven't actually watched it.
Mm.
It's so quiet here above the clouds, especially since it's so noisy back on the ground, does it? What do you mean?
Okay, his lightning damage is stupid. Oh, actual hell.
Bazap.
He
So-
zapped me twice and I died. I have over 200 HP.
Hey, that kind of rhyme. Good job, Misty, and the localization translation. Oh, I didn't even notice. That's just a third of the usual clamor. 3 times, actually. 3 times as much. You can hear my music much more clearly during my solo. Which is funny. I think this, in terms of the Poltergeist sisters, I think Lyrica is the only one who can technically do a solo. Because the way these 3 characters work is that all 3 of them affect the emotions of the listener. The sister who plays the trumpet can manipulate or can increase a sorrowful feeling. No, wait. It's the trumpet who manipulates happiness, the violin who manipulates sadness and depression, and the keyboardist Lyrica here is basically the balance of the 2. And in order to play music at a level where it's hearable to a viewer, you know, without making them go extremely insane through either happiness or sadness, all 3 of them need to play at once.
And I lost my armor, of course.
And I think that's kind of why this is the only character that is playable in terms of the story mode out of the 3 sisters.
I hate mages.
Well, the mages hate you too.
That's just bullshit. It like
Hey,
their
watch
damage
it.
is completely stupid for no reason.
Watch it. I'm dressed as a mage right now.
It's either like sometimes they don't do nothing, and the next time they'll just fucking like one shot your ass. I'm like,
Don't blame me, I'm lazy. Alright. A solo noise definitely sounds clamorous, does it? I've just been flying around in circles for a while, Zeh. Especially this time. You won't get anywhere if you just fly around, wandering all over the place. Ah, lucky item. How lucky. I'm not an item. Oh, whatever. Time to cut off a rabbit's foot.
word.
It didn't properly rhyme, but you can get away with hit and is.
Like he hit me through my magic repellent shield. Like, the fuck?
I can think of a good reason why. Mage cast Dispel.
It's raining in Skyrim.
It's raining dragons. Hallelujah.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Just imagine if there's a mod where you can spawn like
You can do that
100
anyways.
Autolims.
You can do that anyways.
You can?
Yes.
Yeah, click on
Console Smith.
Do it!
No.
No.
Do it! Why not? Are you chicken? Are you too chicken to
No.
face that many dragons?
No, because he's got things he's got to do in the game. Quests.
I mean that's fair. Well, if you're not a lucky item, then you're a rare item, Zeh. Good things will definitely come my way now, Zeh. Which is true. Tay's ability is to grant luck to any humans that come into contact with her. So I guess Marisa is now lucky. I always get lost in this house, Zeh. You're just making yourself at home, aren't you? You archaeologist. As usual, you have no business here. That's not true. I came to ask about the flower incident today, Zeh. Why would we know anything about that? Because you guys are sus. You guys are moon people. You always know everything. Or you're hiding something. Never trust the bunnies. I'm serious, never trust a bunny. They're always suspicious, always hopping around, looking adorable, thumping the ground, trying to get your attention. Those beady eyes.
I always thought they thumped the ground because they're angry.
You know, that is an adorable thought. Now I can just imagine Raisin thumping the ground because she's just mad at something. Wow, you do not last that long on stage 4. Bosses are really easy to deal with, apparently. So, you got Samurai Warriors 5.
Yes.
Yeah! That means we can play together.
I don't have any of the DLCs.
Which is fine.
And I don't have the premium edition.
Again, fine. The only thing the DLCs give you is extra stages, some costumes, and some weapons. And some music. That's pretty much it.
Yep.
I kind of wish they, you know, brought in characters, but I don't think Samurai Warriors 5 did all that well. Not sure exactly, though. Well, that was a waste of time. Everyone's probably noticed the flowers by now, Zeh. If you're wondering why I always say "daze" at the end of Marisa's sentences, it's a vocal tick. It's a vocal tick she does. I think in Japanese it's supposed to be a very masculine vocal tick. You know, like yare yare daze.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured Yari Yari Daze is like, why bother?
I think so. And then daze is just like the tick at the end. It's like Gracia's Nanoja or Naruto's Datebayo. They just have vocal ticks at the end of their sentences. Why? I'm not sure. It's apparently a language thing. Shouldn't the time for the flower viewing be soon, Zeh? What do you mean soon? Flowers have been all over the place for quite some time now. That's why we can have a flower viewing, Daze. You want a party? You just want to drink. I mean, you're not wrong. But we've already had enough parties, thank you. We've had a whole game comprised of parties. I think we've had enough. Balls! It isn't a Reimu battle without balls. Giant, massive balls being thrown right into my face. Marisa, I do not condone your kinks. I think it's just a unique eccentricity of her. It could be. I don't really have a very defined answer as to why she says it. Whoa, okay. Kinda glad those balls have wonky hitboxes. Speaking of wonky hitboxes, these homing amulets. Not a big fan of homing. So Reimu and Marisa got new themes in this game. You'd think they would get returning themes because they already have so many theme songs to their name, but nope. I actually do really like their theme songs in this game, though. I know it's kind of an unpopular opinion, though. During a flower viewing the Danmaku might be nice, but the flowers are the prettiest after all. Zeh. Oh, speaking of new themes. Man, I've got no leads and I'm getting tired of chasing the culprit. Zeh. If you tire, perhaps you should simply return home and sleep. Hey, Sakuya. I can't sleep in peace with all these flowers growing, Zeh. However, you have not a single clue as to the cause or the culprit. There's little point in simply meandering around. Then why are you doing the same thing? Because no clue as to the culprit or cause can be found. Flowering Nights, probably one of Sakuya's most popular theme songs. And I think it's mostly because it was remixed as Flowering Nights by the fans. Which is, like, super iconic. I love that song. It was basically the Sans theme, Megalovania of 2010. It was the Megalovania 2010, where everyone just used it in every single video, and everyone just knew about it. It was either Night of Nights or Bad Apple. Although Bad Apple is still relevant even to this day. In terms of battling, though, Sakuya is kind of annoying because of her time and space manipulation ability. She can send the knives from her side of the screen onto yours, which makes it really difficult to dodge certain things. And Lily shows up. Of course she does. Eat! And if that's not enough, she also summons, she stops time and then summons knives around your area.
Okay.
Sakuya is not fun to fight against.
I believe it.
She's extremely lucky that her song is just that good. Kono Marisa da. Oh no! Okay, you need to stop doing that. What? 2 knives! 2 waves of knives. That's double the time stop. Lily, not now! Okay, Marisa's laser is really powerful, but it takes a while for her to charge up, I've noticed. If you can collect the red power-up from Lily, it sends a bunch of pellet bullets to the enemy side of the screen. And I think the blue power-up sends a bunch of EX attacks, which is Marisa's lasers. And there she goes. Can't just wander around like this, does it? I'll just have to look in the places I've never been to before, Zeh. And that would be... Oh, we're fighting the newspaper reporter. This is really something, Zeh. Everywhere I go, the incident is covering everything, and I can't see the flow of the incident at all. Maybe it's because I can't sense any threat from this incident, Zeh. It's not like you to be this deep in the mountains by a pond grumbling to yourself. Who's there? Rushing to the scene when something happens. That's what being a newspaper reporter is all about. A Tengu, huh? Are you writing about the flower incident? Flowers, is it? Something like this just wouldn't make a good article, though. Really? Flowers are growing all over Gensokyo, you know, Zeh. I don't sense a threat from the flowers. Besides, I think that maybe your actions would make a better story. The truth is, I came here to write about you. I'm at the scene of the crime with a professional thief. You've mistaken me for someone else, Zeh. You were caught on film. The newspaper detailing your crime has already been published. Secretly photographing people, huh? That's a bad hobby. I don't care if you're a Tengu or whatever, I'm busy with the flowers now, Zeh. It seems that way. That's why I'll just beat you up to calm down, and you're gonna hand over the negatives. Time to start a reprint. I want pictures of Marisa! I want pictures of Marisa now! And it's just a tiny little wolf Tengu, and Aya's just screaming at them.
Mm.
And just to make it better, she has the J. Jonah Jameson mustache. So I mentioned this earlier, but Aya has her own spin-off, and it's a photography game where it basically plays like a normal Touhou game. You dodge bullets, but instead of shooting the bosses down, you have to take photographs of them. And you take a set number of photographs to complete each stage. You get like a charger, a charge limit or a charge gauge to take your photos. And the more photos you take, the more difficult the patterns become.
Okay.
Basically, it's a game all about challenge, and it's pretty fun, but also really difficult because there's only one difficulty. I have never completed any of those games.
Gotcha.
Now, as a fun fact, in terms of the fan community, and I love the fan community for making amazing content like fan-made animes, music circles, all the likes. But they sometimes have a tendency of rolling with a character's certain character trait and turning it up to the extreme. For instance, Alice, who is seen as who is a much more layered character and has an interesting relationship with Marisa, where she doesn't necessarily like Marisa, but she tolerates Marisa. The fan base has basically turned her into a tsundere who absolutely adores Marisa and wants her affection no matter what. In the case of Flandre, the vampire, in the actual games, she's basically an introvert who doesn't like to communicate with people and basically just voluntarily locks herself in the basement because she just wants to be left alone. She's comfortable with her life. She just wants to be there. In the fan base, she is and has always been portrayed as a psychopath because of the fact that she's a vampire and she has a very terrifying ability. And it didn't help that her only appearance in a game was Touhou 6, and it took her at least like 15 years to finally reappear in another game where her personality can be shown in full display. So people basically just ran with the psychopath Flounder. In terms of Aya, her character trait is that well, in the fandom at the very least, her character trait is that she likes to take photographs of people without their consent. And Aya is one of the few characters in the series that people like to turn very, very lewd. Her taking photographs of characters without consent eventually evolved into her taking panty shots without consent. And so you get a lot of fan material of just her taking panty shots of a bunch of characters. I distinctly remember a lot of fan art of that back in the day. Although, to be fair, I have mentioned this many times in this series, but the post-mysticism, or is it post-mysticism? It's the tabloid magazine, which is written by Aya in character. She sells a pin-up picture of herself and a couple of other Tengu, because it's supposed to be a parody on how tabloid magazines will do anything to just get the clicks and the purchases, even if it means making dubious claims or selling scantily clad photos.
So basically, yellow journalism.
Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much the entire point of that article.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So it's not like it was completely out of left field to turn her into a panty thief. But it just goes to show you how the Touhou fan base can be very excessive when it comes to one particular character trait.
Gotcha.
Which is why a lot of people were worried about Hisami being a lesbian, being her only character trait that people will remember her as. She's also pretty insane. Don't forget the Agatha Christie reference implying she's Ewan Owen. And that's true. Flandre apparently is the killer in And Then There Was None. a old novel written by Agatha Christie. There's a lot of history behind that. I am not sure if that is true or not, but it is fascinating to at the very least know about it. How's that, you paparazzi? Does it? Sheesh, what are you doing attacking an upright citizen? Are you okay, Malika?
Yeah.
Did you fall? It sounded like you fell.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Either that or he had to be taken away.
Scared the shit out of me.
Okay, I'm gonna make a guess that his cat did something. Her game tutorial says Aya's goal is to take photos that will cause emotional damage to the subject, so it's almost a valid early interpretation. Really? And that's why she wins the battles? Because she causes emotional damage to her enemies when taking the photos? That's so funny. Okay, now I'm starting to see where the whole panty thing came into play. What are you doing attacking an upright citizen? By the way, in spite of being a reporter, you haven't looked into the flower incident at all, is it? It's not that I haven't looked, but I don't think the large number of flowers is the true incident. What? Doesn't matter how you look at it, the numbers of the phantoms have gone up more than the number of ghosts. It's the phantoms. You're talking with some sort of air of superiority here. I thought it might make a good story, so I didn't want to tell anyone yet. Well, of course you wouldn't, because you want the scoop. Alright, we're back in the graveyard. I see, phantoms. I was so focused upon the flowers I didn't realize that. Distracted by the flowers and fairies, I couldn't see all the phantoms right under my nose. It's like the phantoms and the flowers are related, but unrelated at the same time. The only humans who come to Muenzuka are the ones that want to die. Who wants to die now, Zeh? Now, there is so many wonderful things in this world. You are 10 years too early to say that you want to die, says with a smug face. I don't want to die in 10 years either. I'm the first-class Sanzu River Guide, Komachi of Onozuka. I can't let you cross the river yet. If you try to force yourself through, though, I'll drop you in halfway across, so prepare yourself. That's basically just sending her to damnation. If I said I don't want to die, then I don't want to cross the Sanzu River, Zeh. Wanting to fall into that river is just stupid. I just came here looking for the place with the highest concentration of phantoms. Gensokyo is overflowing with phantoms now, Zeh. Phantoms? Ah, phantoms! Phantoms are multiplying! As you can see, the situation is where flowers, fairies, and if you look a little harder, phantoms are everywhere. Oh my god! Now I'm swamped with work, and I can't possibly catch up. All these phantoms are waiting to cross Sanzu River. Isn't it your job to ferry them across the Sanzu River, Zeh? It would have been fine if you just done your job. It's pretty negligible to just let them accumulate. But it's my job. Let me do my job at my own pace. You're getting angry at the wrong person. Why'd so many phantoms show up here in the first place, Zeh? Aren't they from the outside world? Who knows? I just know that they're human souls that don't accept that they've died, and still think that they don't want to. It's not really good for them to force them across, so just wait a bit. Just ferry them to Hagen already, Zeh. If you don't normalize the number of phantoms on our side, it'll be bad. Don't get so worked up. I'm doing my best as she smugs at her. You look like you know you're lazy. Just like a certain shrine maiden, Zeh. Sonaraka. I will show no mercy to those that interrupt my laid-back pace of working. Return, for living humans. The width of the Sanzu River is infinite. I won't let you cross. So as we've established, Komachi is a Shinigami, and a special Shinigami who is able to cross the Sanzu River. She's basically a Shinigami ferryman. Her job is specifically to ferry the souls to the afterlife, not to find and rip the souls from the world. Those are tasked to other Shinigami whose role is specifically just that. And in order to help with crossing the Sanzu River, Komachi has an ability that is described as manipulating distance. Apparently, the distance that the Sanzu River has is determined by both Komachi and her ability, and also the weight of sins that the ghost has when crossing the river. So Komachi can potentially make it shorter or longer depending on how she feels like. And according to the Omake text, she apparently likes to make it very long if she doesn't like the person. And if she really doesn't like the Phantom, or if you don't give her enough money when she comes for the toll, she apparently just drops you into the river, which is considered damnation for all eternity, because the river is bottomless. It is bottomless and also said to house prehistoric sea creatures from days of yore, who are apparently nothing but skeletons. Wow, she basically made me lose all my lives really early on. Aya was pretty annoying, but Komachi is even more annoying. Her coin danmaku is just really weird to judge. Judge. And sometimes you get like huge clumps that I just got through right there. Oh, and then there's the big white clumps that's aimed in your general direction. It's not that bad, but it could be like that. You could potentially get clipped. Since all these routes happen, it means Komachi ran into everyone, got lectured, and started slacking off again in time to bump into someone else. Pretty much. She is absolutely lazy. But considering the work that she does, you know, ferrying dead souls across the river of the damned, I would probably be tired too. Although considering it's her job to carry the souls, that also means that she does not have to face the judgment that is instilled by the Yama. Which, hey, is a plus plus. Although that also means that she can potentially be as malicious as she wants and never receive any sort of comeuppance. Which is probably what fueled her laziness to begin with. Okay, once you actually set up Marisa's lasers, she can do a lot of crazy damage. However, Marisa is and has always been known to be short range in terms of her shot. So just make sure that you're in the position of the boss icon at the bottom of the screen and just let loose with your laser. I wanted to use my level 2, dang it. I think I've become way too accustomed with Touhou 19, and I keep thinking I can just press the bomb button, but I can't. Am I really gonna end up losing all of my lives before I get to Eiki? I probably will. But funnily enough, we are in Muenzuka. I do not believe this is the afterlife, nor are we anywhere near the Sanzu River. The Sanzu River doesn't actually become a location until Touhou 17, where we actually have to cross it in order to get to Hell. Muenzuka, I believe, is just a graveyard in Gensokyo. Oh, we got an extra life. I think that was through score. We can sometimes get lives through score. I don't know exactly what determines it, like what the amount of score that we need, but it's good to know that we can do that. It's basically how you're supposed to get through this game. You're supposed to get enough lives in order to survive some of the bosses. Okay, that's an EX. I don't need to use my bomb button. Really? She's using another one? Laser unfortunately doesn't last that long either. Laser has a very short duration. But her job is literally just to sit in the boat, briskly pushing it along. So it's mostly a laid-back job. It's the most laid-back job you can get. True, true. But considering she has to deal with death at a constant daily basis, it could be very taxing for someone who does not have a strong mind. It'd be the best for phantoms to disappear or something. But with this insane number, it's impossible. Well, I can't do it, Zeh. So obviously it's gotta be you, Zeh. Are you slacking off, Komachi? Yeah. See, now you're in trouble with your boss. Alright, I have 3 lives. Let's see if we can do Eiki. After Komachi did not bring back any souls for such a long time, I came to check up on the situation. Higan is full of phantoms. Furthermore, the flowers have started growing out of... Komachi! This is not time to play around with a human! She was drunk and slacking. If you're the boss, you gotta go lay down the law, sir. Komachi, I thought you were a more diligent person. Well, that's fine. So the phantoms were caused by her slacking, but what about the flowers, really? Well, the flowers. The flowers are the emotions of deceased humans and ghosts manifested. When ghosts lose their way, they rely upon the flowers, unable to travel to Higan, and without any connection whatsoever, without realizing their own state of death, humans possess flowers. Ew! You're saying the flowers are all dead people? I picked some earlier. Actually, en masse. Oh gosh, that's horrifying. Mass murder then. Well, technically, yeah. Well, it's fine, since they can achieve nirvana that way. Let us talk about you instead. Yes, you are a little too comfortable with lying. That isn't true. I haven't told a single lie since I was born, Zeh. Oh my gosh. If you insist on this path, at this rate, your tongue will be ripped out. Huh? That's the sort of junk old people preach. You should take time to re-examine your lifestyle. Were I in charge of the judgment of your soul, you would be punished by the removal of your tongue. Yummy. That's so? Maybe I should pack a spare tongue in case of my death then. Your second tongue would also be ripped out. It would probably be best to also fix that sassy mouth of yours. Well, if that's the case, the only way to keep my tongue is to defeat you, isn't it? Hell exists not to punish sinners, but to ensure that nobody sins in the first place. I am here so that everybody realizes that. Even if I must hurt you a little, I must make you correct the error of your ways.
You okay, Pally?
I did hear him.
Oh, he's in the room. Okay.
Wait, who's in the room?
Pally.
Oh, okay.
Water.
Chug, 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 chug.
Aggressive drinking.
Glug, glug, glug.
That's what we call it now.
Aggressive chugging. You know, I'm pretty sure that's a euphemism for something else. I'm not wrong.
I mean, I kind of right.
Yay, I'm right about something. What am I right about? Oh. Oh.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, well this isn't turning out well. This boss cheats. On your first life, you're not going to do any damage to her whatsoever.
Gotcha.
Apparently they run on a set timer, and you basically just have to survive until that timer runs out, and then they can start taking damage. Or apparently start making mistakes. Honestly, 19 did this way better.
Gotcha.
Lily, get out of the way!
Sorry. Yes, I have Samurai Warriors 5 now, thanks to Jeff.
Awesome. It's a fun game, and with the multiplayer, we'll be able to play together.
Now, is it one of those things where I can, like, if I do multiplayer and I go through the storyline with somebody, it'll come to me? Or is it whoever the host is gets
Now, see,
like the storyline?
I am not actually sure about that.
Okay.
Mostly because I haven't tried the multiplayer, but I would assume that it's only for the host that gets all the rewards.
Okay.
But I could be wrong.
To invite you.
Yes. Yes. I'd rather you invite me so that you could get all the story progression. And hey, if I can progress through it, then that's fine with me as well. It's a plus plus. Lily, stop! 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 So many hot dogs! Ow. I didn't realize this was the last hot dog, not the last judgment. Ugh. I just got rid of you! She really is like an incessant preach. She never goes away. But yeah, in terms of Iki as a character, she is the Yama, and she judges people in the afterlife on whether or not they can make it into heaven and hell. Her ability is specifically to judge whether or not a person is good or evil. She separates everyone through a distinction of black and white. There is no gray when it comes to her judgment. And she is always very impartial with her judgment, be you human, yokai, or even someone who's very special in the world. She cannot be bribed, even though the concept of money is used as a way to get to the afterlife in order to meet with her. Although that's mostly just a thing for the Shinigami. The Shinigami requires a toll in order to be ferried across the Sanzu River. And the money isn't necessarily monetary wealth that we know of. It's the type of money that you gain once you die. And the amount of money is determined by how many people care about you that are still alive. Either still alive or have cared about you throughout your entire life. So basically, if you are an asshole and a recluse, you get no money and thus will not be able to take the toll to the afterlife. Or potentially may get dropped into the river for all eternity.
Gotcha.
Oh gosh, I don't have any charge whatsoever. I'm not my laser! She stole my laser! Oh, that actually worked. And she's back again. Oh, she's gone. Oh, she's back. She really does cheat. She just constantly spams her boss attack. We're both on one life. Lily, get out of the way! Well, I'm dead. Yep, I'm a dead parrot. Until you understand why I must stop you from telling lies, I will continue to punish you. And that she will do. Continue. Okay, she just summoned her boss pattern at the beginning of the battle, which ultimately does nothing. There we go. Yeah, it's already dead. But one really cool thing about Iki as a character, and this is something that makes me really appreciate her as a character, she's one of the very few in the franchise who actually tries to do good. Well, inherent good. Because her role is a judge of the afterlife. That is her main job, her main profession. But she does take breaks every now and then. She's not like 24/7 a judge. Hey, he's back. I think. How did I survive that?
Alright, I'm back.
Hey. So, what happened?
Apparently I needed to take out the recycling,
Oh.
because it was also recycling night, but I couldn't hear what my dad screaming from me, because one, I was listening to the video, and two, I was too engrossed in trying to stealth kill this guy. So
Dad, I'm
him.
trying to kill someone.
Pretty much.
Did you actually tell him that?
Yeah, and he understands since he's played Skyrim.
Well, yeah, he's a gamer.
Was a gamer, not anymore.
Aw. The retired gamer.
Yeah, used to play World of Warcraft.
Right. Both of your parents played World of Warcraft, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. But yeah,
My mom was one that was known as like one of the best healers or something like that.
Really? Oh, that's a big accomplishment then.
I mean, she wasn't like a streamer or anything, so probably wasn't well known or anything as far as I was concerned, anyways. But
But she was well known in terms of her community.
yeah,
That happens a lot. You know, you have your own circles, and your circles basically know everyone that's in the circles. Speaking of being in circles, I was inside of that laser. I don't know how I didn't die. Although speaking of dying, Lily fucking died. Bad timing on Revan to come into the stream earlier, and me mentioning that I am going to kill Lily. Lily is a friend of Revan's, by the way. Not the Lily that I want to kill.
maybe you're who already knows this.
Yes, but Drew doesn't.
Lily's pretty
What?
cool.
She's dead! Well, that was surprising. How did she die?
Question. You're a guy.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Stupid guy for me, okay? Because you're not an idiot. So think stupid guy. Alright.
Okay,
if you
so
were
she
to
died
tell
from a
somebody,
bullet.
Hey, I'd fuck you to exhaust.
I am gonna turn down Maluki.
Mute that.
Okay. Drew, tell me when Maluki is ready.
Well, he'll let us know.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, ending! We need to bring out Chopper. Now see, Chopper didn't tell us when he was ready. And that's why Chopper didn't come out when the ending showed up.
Mm-hmm.
But he's here now. Thank you, Chopper. In a magic forest unapproached by proper life forms, there were no useful flowery vegetation here. Even the ghosts from the outside world avoid this place out of instinct. Even though flowers were blooming all over Gensokyo, the forest stayed the same as usual. Oh, that's a cool Marisa artwork. So that's it. These flowers have been bloomed by human ghosts who lost their way. It's not really something that makes you feel good knowing. I wonder why do they possess all these kinds of flowers? I'd probably choose to possess a Hydragian myself, or Hydragia. They're lavish and numerous after all. Well, I suppose guys did say that they were going to do their best ferrying the ghosts to the other side, so maybe things will go back to normal in a while. Anyway, I should just leave the flowers alone and go out to play a little. Hey, Sakuya. Alright, I'm here to rob you! My, you're awfully straightforward, coming in here. You even came through the main door at that. Even though you're still here to rob us. I'm done with lying to people now. If I just go through the main door and openly in to rob you, I won't be lying to anyone. What do you believe is worse, lying to people or coming in to rob people? If I keep lying, I'll never have enough tongues no matter how much I have to spare. Such a treble thief. If you have enough free time to do this sort of thing, couldn't you have at least checked out this flower incident? I've already checked this incident out. It'll return to normal if I leave it alone, and it's nothing particularly dangerous anyways. That's not something I hear from you very often. I'd say normally you scramble for this sort of thing. Well, I can't think of this incident as being anything particularly dangerous either. If anything, I'd be a loss if we didn't enjoy the flowers at times like these, DANZAI. You do have some, right? Have what? Cake with bamboo flowers! My, are you a shameless thief. We're having violet cherry leaf mochi, not cakes. Ooh, mochi sounds really good. Okay, I'll have some of that then. I remember like a couple weeks ago, I got some chocolate mochi, and it was frozen chocolate mochi. My gosh. It was so good even when it melted.
Mochi in the middle, wrapped around with chocolate.
Yeah, chocolate casing, which got frozen. You either eat it when it's frozen, and it's, you know, it's not that hard, but it's, you know, really, really delicious. Or you wait for it to melt and it becomes really runny, so it's like a gooey chocolate. Either way.
Yes, I am.
Both are great. In the end, the flowers throughout Gensokyo continue to bloom.
Spirit.
Yo.
You can immune him.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure where that conversation was going, so
I immediately
waited to
heard the
mute myself.
beginning, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna mute Pally just to be safe.
Actually,
Yeah,
it wasn't
'cause
too
I
bad.
heard-
It was mostly just a weird question, but it wasn't nothing too crazy.
Alright, tell me the question. I'm curious now.
Well, I mean, it was more of a. I don't know if I feel very comfortable talking about that one.
I understand. No worries.
Yeah, phrasing is, yeah.
I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to say that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I won't push. No worries.
I mean, it wasn't a terrible conversation. It's just a little out there.
Well, you are on the live stream too, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm more concerned about.
That was the reason why
Yeah.
I muted you, and you know, after that point,
I
you could
muted
be like,
myself.
no worries. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just waiting to figure out, like, where's this conversation going, and then I just kind of muted myself, like, okay, I understand where this is going now.
Mm-hmm.
Some conversations are not like that.
I'm gonna shut up. I'll shut up about that, but I won't shut up about this. She felt no reason to lie to herself. It probably won't be another time when anyone can see Gensokyo be this beautiful. She realized that nature in Gensokyo inherently is this beautiful. Yay, ending number 2. Marisa learned not to lie anymore, so now she's just gonna murder people, but tell them that she's gonna murder them.
That's great.
I don't mind killing Reimu's like, I don't mind killing needlessly. And Marissa's like, well, I do, but I'm still gonna kill you
Yeah.
anyways. Flower possessions, amusing stuff. So yeah, I think this is like the first game in the franchise where Zune got help in terms of things in the game. You know, outside of testing players. Because he usually got all the testers to help him, but for this game, he had the guy who drew the fighting game artwork to make the ending artwork, which unfortunately I can't show in the live stream. Kuma. But there's all the test players. Unfortunately, we lost Fang and Ant during the transition. We'll never forget you, Fang and Ant. You always live on in our hearts.
Kuma, also known as Bear.
Or Teddy.
Yeah. Like I said, the only Kuma I know is from Tekken.
The only one I know of is, well, actually I know 2. One from Persona and one from Danganronpa.
No, the only Kuma, the word, like the same spelling I think it is, K-U-M-A. Or K-U...
Alright,
yeah,
so for taking that guy down, I got an additional 40 HP.
8. So you were saying, Druid?
Oh, I said the only Kuma I know of is from Tekken, which is a bear.
Right, there was a giant bear.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget that. But then again, that is also the same series where there's a guy just wearing a cheetah pattern over his body.
A cheetah head.
Cheetah head, okay.
Yeah, king.
Isn't there like another character that wears a T-Rex head?
No, that's an actual, like, T-Rex, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I may be thinking of a different fighting game.
You might be, yeah.
Yeah. It was like a character that wore a T-Rex head, and then he was in a different game, and he wore an eagle head.
Yeah, that's a different game, I think.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's...
I think it might also just be a Capcom game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so third character, Sakuya Dio. Kono Sakuya da. Seldom are the times that I travel through this area during the day. It looks quite beautiful. Oh, she finally got long sleeves this time. Spring Breeze, tell me. What's tomorrow's appetizer? And tonight's one, too. There's no need to ask the Spring Breeze. The appetizer tomorrow will be fried burb. Burb! Tonight's appetizer is human-made.
Uh-oh.
It's okay, she's super weak. Looks like we're having fried chicken again tonight. Oh, I forgot. Sakuya's scope, whenever she focuses, is so weird. It's like a fan, or it's like a, it's basically a 1/4 pie of a circle, and the direction it's aimed at is dependent on the direction you move at. So if I move to the left, the pie goes to the right. If I move to the right, it goes to the left. Bottom is up and up is down. Makes moving really difficult, and it makes freezing the spirits really difficult as well. But hey, she's dead already. I should make haste. Time to get... Time
that pain is over with. And I have my fucking shit back.
Hey.
Rude motherfucker stealing my shit and then wearing it.
How dare you mock me like that? Above the clouds, there's nothing that appears strange.
My only question is, why in the hell was it that the fact that his damage was so much? It's like, god damn. I get it, made her so strong and all, but fuck, that's stupid.
Well, there's supposed to be glass cannons.
But there was nothing glass cannon about his ass. He was a tanky motherfucker who did a lot of damage.
And sometimes you get mages that are just tanky.
Yeah, I don't.
That's how you know they did their job and actually got the correct armor.
They were wearing a helmet. That was it.
Enhanced helmet.
The only thing that it did was increase his magic regeneration.
Hey, more magic regeneration to heal.
He didn't heal.
Okay, so why did he stay alive for so long?
I don't know.
So either he's just a really, really bulky guy, or you're just a really weak Argonian.
I speared him with the legendary sword.
Okay, Mr. I'm not weak. Maluki over here being an infinite. I am not weak.
Like,
I am not weak.
Like, I know I'm not the strongest, but fuck, that's still stupid.
You keep telling yourself that.
My one-handed skill is 62.
I'm sure one day you'll be able to defeat Shadow the Hedgehog.
He can do his own thing. I don't want nothing to do with him.
Well, already you're a better character than Infinite. This house is always so dark. The Scarlet Devil
My
Mansion
light
has
armor is
few
like
windows.
pretty strong at the moment, at least for what skill points I have.
Japanese houses don't have any lights. You can switch on. That's why it's dark here. So what did you come here for? Yeah, because the entire house is just made of paper. Paper and wood. I have come looking for clues. I need to know the mystery before you get the hint.
Well, that was pain.
Maluki knew pain. Alright, Booney, round 2.
Yeesh. Now here's to hoping that I don't have to do that again.
And then the mage becomes a reoccurring enemy at that point.
I've already fought a few mages at that point, but that guy was just still different.
Well, like I said, he was probably a special mage.
Our special mage that can beat the shit through a fucking magic shield, which is so dumb.
Are you using a challenge run mod?
Not I'm aware of.
The first mistake was entering this house at the wrong time of day. Even if
I mean, I know
there
I'm
are
using a
flowers.
combat mod, but that's about it.
That could probably be it then.
My shield literally is supposed to block and reflect magic. He's like, zap, dead anyway.
Well, then your shield isn't doing a good job.
No, it's not.
Not at all. Whenever I find myself, flowers are everywhere. What's
Like,
up?
that's very concerning.
You also looking for the culprit, does it? No, I simply thought the flowers looked nice. Are you a bee or something? It would make more sense than what she is now. Sakuya has confirmed a bee. She goes up to Patchy. So, you like jazz, mistress? Whoa, Maluki, hold on. Don't cock your gun. We can talk about this.
What? What are you talking
I do
about?
like jazz.
Dude, I was just trying to reposition my fucking smoke stand.
I know, but for some reason it sounded like you were loading up a gun.
Oh, yeah. Well then.
When Maluki
Oh, no,
finally
the
has
courier.
enough of my shit. So, Sakuya does have a neat gimmick. Oh, well, she's dead already.
Oh god, someone wants to meet with me. That's concerning.
Ooh. If all that I do is fly in circles, I will never find my destination. Oh, Sakuya, you puppy. She flies around in circles to catch her tail. Bamboo flowers are rare, aren't they? Oh, Ramo. Ramo. But flowers aren't rare to begin with. With so many blooming, bamboo flowers shall be dinner tonight. I'd rather have a few bamboo shoots for dinner. I don't like what you're eating. Fight! We fight over the most mundane things in this series. Oh hey, do you have plans on Saturday? Yeah, I do. Fight. That's a nice dress you have. Thank you. Fight. I just ran into that bullet. Fight. A really cool mechanic that Sakuya has is whenever you use her charge attacks, she freezes time, and that's when you can set up a bunch of knives on her positions, and those knives get sent all the way up to the top of the screen. It's a great way to do extra damage. I think it also allows you to traverse through bullets. Yeah, or why I really shouldn't have tested that. Honestly, the fact that it freezes time for a couple of seconds would probably be indicative enough that you could go through bullets. And you know, also the fact, oh yeah, you can. And also the fact that it erases any bullets that are near your destination. Yeah, I'm just having a really hard time fighting the bosses in this game. This is a very different game compared to other Touhous. Like in other Touhous, you just have to memorize the patterns and the layout of bullets. In this one, you just have to get lucky. It's a survival game. There really isn't much in the way of memorization other than, okay, this character's gonna use this attack. but then you have all these random bullets all over the place, and bowls! Lots and lots of bowls! Oh, there she goes. Do you know why the rare ingredients taste better? This is because humans taste not with their tongue, but with their mind. What the heck kind of mental attitude is that? Feels like just flying by itself is an invitation for Danmaku if two characters fly by each other, who could resist? Oh, so they're basically just like Pokemon trainers. I see you walking across the alleyway. We fight! No questions asked. And we're still trapped in the bamboo forest. I wonder why, without exception, this incident is occurring all over the living world. Lost in the bamboo forest? You've been passing through the same spot for a while now. I had felt as if there was some small change. As if I were coming closer to the source of this flower incident. Flower? Aren't you lost in the bamboo forest? If you want to get out, then do exactly as I say. By fighting me! You're right, Yogg, it really is just like Pokemon trainers. Which, funnily enough, there is a ton of Touhou ROM hacks of Pokemon games. In fact, there is a fleshed out, originally made Touhoumon game where it has its own mechanics and types, and it's just like a straight up original game. I have it downloaded. I haven't tried it yet. Because downloading it was a hassle. I will not talk about the intricacies on how I downloaded it because I don't think I'm supposed to, but yeah, you get the point. It took about an entire day to get it working, and even then, I don't think I can full screen it. So like, it's just a tiny window. But that's probably going to be another game I will play down the line. Oh. I wish I got it in between that for some reason. Wow, the hitboxes for those medallions are really small. Not bad.
I'm not gonna ask why wolves had gold on them.
I'm not gonna ask why wolves make the sound of metal clanking. Oh gosh! My G! My gangsta! Sakuya lost her gangsta power. Now she is useless. Okay, there's the 100,000 point benefit. Why did I run into that bullet? Consider this, all Touhous are girls. All Touhous fly and shoot one another in the air combat. So every Touhou fight is both a cat fight and a dog fight. I mean, you are technically not wrong. Doubly so when you have the cat characters and the dog characters fighting each other. Now it's like a double cat fight. At that point, it's a cat war. You missed it earlier today, Maluki, but while me and Druid were in the call with Scar's cats were just messing with him. They basically weren't listening to him at all, and they tried to fist fight each other. They're really adorable. I love the fact that Scar's roommate named them after Final Fantasy characters. Which is kind of fitting because, you know, we got Scar into Final Fantasy. I say we as if all three of us all together got him into Final Fantasy. But I guess it makes sense. If it wasn't for us, he wouldn't be into it. No, I never was lost at all. However, if I should take some of your good fortune, perhaps I shall grasp my goal. And then she cuts off her foot. Ooh, new location. These are mountains I've never before visited. Never did I know a field of the Lily of the Valley bloomed here. Lily of the Valley is another name for the Suzuran flower, which is one of the most poisonous flowers in the entire world. These might make good to make medicine. Medicine? You mean you're going to make some poison? Ah, there's someone here. That's right. That's very loud. Since this place is full of lilies of the valley, you can make as much poison as you want. Was Lily of the Valley so poisonous? Sakura, you know nothing. Poison, you see? If it's too strong, it's immediately cleansed out. But with a small amount, it will circulate through the whole body before you realize it. The most fearsome poison is one that slowly deteriorates the body, and then slowly deteriorates the mind. If that's the way it is, then would sake be the best poison? Okay, that's funny.
No, I thought it would be something more along like having to deal with social standards.
You know, you're also not wrong. You're so lucky, you'll sleep in the Lily of the Valley. That would be because of a lucky rabbit that I had found. Although since you brought it up, I do feel the need to sleep, and this song is very menacing. This Lily of the Valley field is enveloped in faint poison. Naturally, the flowers are poisonous. Is this because I stayed up so long? Is this because I stayed up so long last night? I should settle this matter with haste. How can it be so perfectly fine amidst that poison? You can't tell just by looking. I'm neither alive nor dead. I'm a doll that's been thrown away. This poison is nothing more than fancy cosmetics to me. So Medicine Melancholy, that is her name, is a type of yokai known as a Tsukumogami. While not officially known as a Tsukumogami, that is what she is. So Tsukumogami are specific yokais that are derived from items that have lived for a very long time. In Japanese mythology, if an item has lived for over 100 years, it becomes a yokai. That is what a Tsukumogami is. It's why sometimes in Japanese mythology or stories, you see like the umbrellas with faces, or the lanterns with faces. Or some Japanese ghosts and demons are just household items. Those are, in fact, the Tsukumogami. So Medicine was a doll that was abandoned by a human who came to the Unnamed Hill, as it is called. The Unnamed Hill being a hill full of poisonous lilies where children were tortured to sleep at for all eternity. This is the place where children died. And I believe that is why Medicine became a Tsukumogami. She is a soul trapped in a doll's body, and because she was abandoned here, the poison allowed her to gain the ability to manipulate the poison. She is technically classified as a very weak character naturally, but because of her ability and the fact that she can control the Suzudan's poison at will, makes her a very dangerous threat. Her threat level, apparently, is incredibly high because of it. Her tolerance for humans is also kind of at a minimum as well, compared to other yokai.
A tolerance for humans? What's that?
Well, basically, if you want to kill humans or not. Every yokai has a tolerance level, basically whether or not they're fine with yokai around them, or whether or not they just want to kill yokai outright. Or kill humans outright. And Medicine basically hates humans. Or at the very least, can't stand them. In terms of gameplay, her ability is absolutely nuts, because her EX attack sends poisonous clouds onto your side of the screen. And when you get enveloped by the poisonous cloud, your sprite ends up getting hidden somewhat, and you also have a significantly slower movement speed. Your movement speed gets slower in a shooting game where you're supposed to do precise dodging. Your movement speed is basically snail speed at this point. Medicine is actually one of the most competitively sound characters in this game. People who do tournaments for Touhou 9 usually play either her or Aya, because Aya also has a fun gimmick when it comes to her EX attack. She also absolutely dominates in the AI field. Another problem when it comes to fighting Medicine is whenever you get out of the poison field, your movement speed goes back to normal. So if you can't judge it correctly, you end up staying in the poison field. and then you immediately get out, and then you're back to your normal movement speed, and it's like, oh no, I am moving way too fast. I'm about to crash into a bullet. It's no wonder she's a stage 7 boss. She is just that difficult.
Why is it always Fillmore? Or is it Fillmore, or is it these? Okay, what are they called again?
What specifically?
This enemy type I'm trying to deal with. Falmer. Why is it always Falmer? They're just annoying.
It's like
I
your
don't know
arch
what to do,
enemy
it's
of this
just
game.
annoying. Not really, they're just annoying. They're not even particularly hard, they're just annoying. Like, poison. Poison. No.
Speaking of poison.
Stop it. These guys fight with poison, it's just gross.
That's basically how I'm feeling right now. Okay, so I noticed a neat trick. If you use Sakuya's level 2 and up, and when she slows down time, you can move at normal speed. So if you're trapped in a poisonous fog, just use her time stop ability, and that'll allow you to get out of it. Although now Lily comes in and now makes it even worse. I'm just thankful that Medicine's attacks in her boss form are really simple to dodge. And I know why they made her really simple to dodge. It's because of these damn poisonous clouds. Just die already, Medicine. There, okay. This field is dangerous. I shall depart with all due haste. Ah, jeez. It takes some time to repair this body. Also, apparently the doll that's floating next to her is actually Medicine's real body. The human body that she has is a creation of her being a yokai. Ultimately, is a poison... or something that she said. That might be so. But how about drinking some of this for me? What would this be? A belladonna drink. Who would drink that? Someone who clearly wants to die, apparently. There are almost no places left I have not seen. Spring flowers, summer flowers, fall flowers, winter flowers, poisonous flowers. No matter where I look, what I see is always the same. Within the field of Lily of the Valley, however, the same suspicious feeling of a force of life could be felt within the same flowers. Certainly this is important information. Someone's come to die again, huh? If you start now, you can fix your life. Think before doing this. Oh, tell me, when was I trying to pursue the course of suicide? This is where nameless ones sleep, Moenzuka. The only reason for living humans to come here would be to commit suicide. Searching for flowers bearing a life force, I came upon this place. Who exactly are you to doubt my virtue? I'm the first-class Sanzu River Guide, Kamachi Abonozuka. I drop suicidal people into the river, so you should prepare yourself. She says with a smug face. I shall prepare myself for no such thing. If flowers which bear poison are suspicious, then I believe the most suspicious flowers must be the red spider lilies who came here. Red spider lilies? That's silly. There's no way the red spider lilies will be blooming now. They are in full bloom. Perhaps you should become aware of your surroundings. Yeah, they're literally all over the background. What's going on? Red spider lilies are blooming? And purple cherry blossoms too? Huh? Could this be? You appear to know something of this. Not at all. I don't know anything. I don't know. Flying over all of Gensokyo, I could find no clues. I even came as far as places I never would ordinarily go, such as this Muenzuka. Here, I finally have confirmed the source. I'm telling you, I really don't know. I'm busy, so we'll have to part here. Wait a moment. Leave now and I shall kill myself. Yeah, you're one problematic human. You have no idea. But I really am busy. My beliefs about the red spider lilies were correct. I can't allow you to leave now. So nanoka. The chaotic blooming of the red spider lilies is a measure of my workload. The poisonous flowers are proof of the disturbance in the outside world. If you're going to interfere with my work, then I'll show you no mercy. Alright, fine. Insert knife into neck. That's funny. She threatened to commit suicide because she knew it would just give the Shinigami more work. Now that's some classic Touhou dark humor. If I can't sing, I'd rather just die. Genocide is fun. And the overly classic, I really am delicious. So, as you noticed, the spirits that you can freeze with your scope, if you leave them on the screen for too long once they've been frozen, they turn into red bullets that become aimed at your position, and it becomes really difficult to handle them after that point. So, my best advice is to just not use the scope as much as you could, and also make sure to spam your level 1, because your level 1 would no doubt be able to deal with the rampaging spirits, and there goes my life. If you're gonna try to commit suicide, I'll kill you. I'll make good on that promise. Well, she wasn't wrong. I had to continue before I met Eiki. Well, at least there's no bad endings. One good thing about these two-player Touhou games. No bad endings. What happened?
I'm an adult.
Get her! Get her! Did I kill Lily? Yeah, I killed Lily! So much money!
Is, have you tried to unlock a Felmer chest yet?
I don't believe I have, no.
You know, like in this mod pack.
Can't say that I have. Because I haven't used the mod yet.
It's rather fleshy for some reason.
Ah.
I'm not going to freaking, I'm not gonna specify.
Was that the sound that I kept hearing? The fleshy sound?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh! I was wondering, like, okay, is Maluki crunkling a bag of chips? But no. Okay, that's kind of disturbing. It's like a mimic that kept its form. Its form of it being an actual thing. Out of the way, spirits. Oh, finally, she's got 1 health. I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm in a corner. Now I'm in a corner. Oh, I'm out of the corner. Oh wait, Lily is here. All right, well I'm as good as dead now. Oh, I was about to use my level 2. I think Revan is texting me about something. But I can't see it. I can't see it, Revan. I'm too busy having money being thrown at me. I'm surprised no one has made fan art of Reimu fighting Komachi, and instead of actually fighting her seriously, she just scoops up all the money that Komachi throws at her. The joke is that she's broke. Sakura, you're such a weird character to play as. Which, I know, is what you... Ramming into spirits also takes a health bar. Got it. Like, I know it's no duh to say that Sakura is a weird character to play as in these games, but... I don't know, her scope is just really awkward to use. Try to do as much damage as possible. Come on! Lily, not now! I don't think I... Oh, I actually shot her down. Nice. Okay, so I figured out what the blue collectible is. It's score. It's the hit chain that you get. So if you collect the blue bonus and you have a hit chain of 0, chances are you can automatically summon a level 4 boss onto your enemy's side of the screen, which is pretty handy. Damn it, Lily! Okay, thank gosh. So precisely what is this flower incident? Please, don't interfere with my work. If you keep doing this, then your employer will scold you. Are you slacking off? Kamachi! Yeah. I only meant that as a joke. You don't joke about this, Sakuya. You should know you're already employed to someone as well. Kamachi has not been bringing back souls in a long time, so I came here to see for myself. This world is overflowing with ghosts and flowers. And on top of that, Komachi is fooling around with some human. Why does she slack off so much? Ah, but I didn't mean to interfere with her work. Currently, Komachi's workload is too large. Spare me your business situation. More importantly, look around yourself. Don't you believe this flower epidemic requires your attention? Of course, I understand, but that's just a part of the business I am in. Business involving blooming flowers? Is this person a florist? Well, she's certainly fancy. She looks fancy enough for the job. These flowers you see are possessed by the souls from the outside world. What I am saying is that all these souls have not realized that they are dead. What does it mean when their numbers multiply? Who knows? I do not know why the phantoms are multiplying. Perhaps a great number of murders. Such a thing is highly plausible. But more importantly, let's talk about you for a moment. She really does have that air of being a preacher. Yes, you are too cold to other humans. My knives are made out of metal, without blood's warmth. If you die as you are, you would require quite some time for you to cross the river. Whatever do you mean? If you behave badly, you might not be able to cross the river of the dead. The river's width is the same as the breadth of the soul's baggage. How you live determines the width of the river. This isn't fully clear to me, but I suppose I want to cross the Sans River. What's the problem? Souls will wear themselves out before they can reach the other side. On top of that, the boat is not a comfortable one. Yeah, it's called the Titanic for a reason. I understand. Souls can become fragile as well. However, this regards to the time after my death. If I don't treasure my present, for now, there's work for me regarding this flower epidemic. If you do not make amends now, once you die, it will be too late for regrets. People who think that treasuring the present is a virtue are increasing, and it is terrible. Know well that the only way one can live a good afterlife is to do good deeds during one's life. So that is Sakuya-sen. Basically that she is very cold to other people, and that she treasures too much time on her hands, and that she doesn't try to be as social as she could be. Basically adhering to the aspect of the Shinigami's role of taking a toll for the fairy life, to ferry them for the afterlife. If you never made enough connections in your life, then you wouldn't have enough money to pay for the toll. Subsequently, if you don't try to repent for your sins during your lifetime, you will be casted as being sent to hell by the Yama, and that is a judgment that cannot be overturned. Basically, the whole point of the game, and this is something that Zune mentioned in his Omake text, that we will read after the end of the game, is that the game was based off of the concept of basically a lot of people in modern times believing in the concept of faking it till you're making it in a very toxic manner, where you just push your problems away and all the stuff that you regret until, you know, it's too late to really repent for them. Living your life to the fullest can also have detriments on your own well-being when the time comes for you to make it to the afterlife. And this is if you believe in an afterlife. And even then, once you make it to the end of your life, there may be regrets that you will hold on to that will still leave you apprehensive about death. This game is not only tied to the concept of seasons and flowers, but it is heavily enriched in the idea of death and afterlife. Hence why the final boss and the second to last boss are associated with people whose roles are heavily tied to the afterlife in Japanese mythology. Shinigamis being the gods of death who reap the souls of people who have come to pass, and the Yama, who is the one who judges them after the fact. Now, in terms of Eiki as a character, I believe I was trying to mention this earlier, but I got sidetracked by Marisa. Ain't that always the case? But I do like Eiki as a character, because of just the fact that what she represents is a very rare thing in the franchise. Because everyone is a jerk in the franchise. They're either a jerk because that is just how they live, they're a jerk because of the fact that they've lived for too long and they're yokai and they don't really have any moral grounds, or, you know, you have the humans who just don't really see a reason to try to be nice when the world is as mean as the yokai are. But Eiki is a different story, because she is a judge of death. Because she is always impartial in her judgments, she is the type of person who takes her job very seriously. Anytime she has a break during her work, she goes out of her way to try to find people who need advice and need preaching in order to get to the afterlife. People who have basically sinned and who are no doubt going to be marked as going to hell by the Yama's judgment. I believe it was one of the supplementary material that mentions this. And whether or not she does this because she is a genuinely good person or that she is just inherently preachy is up for debate. But either way, she never does this out of a malicious intent. Which is something that a lot of characters in this game, especially the protagonists, and Reimu specifically, don't really understand, because of the world that they live in, because of the type of people they've met throughout the games. It's very common for someone who is instigating an incident to be just completely apprehensive, completely dismissive, and very introvert in nature. And then you have Eiki over here, who is genuinely trying to help the protagonists and all the characters by discussing their sins, what they can do to repent for them, and so that they can eventually reach a better afterlife. And that is basically just what her character is. She is the judge character. And unfortunately, this is another circumstance of fanworks kind of twisting the character into something that she is not. She's basically become another Flandre at this point, where her character has been Flanderized, to essentially become a bitter preacher who is obsessed about height and size difference. Because apparently, a lot of people like to think she is short, even though she's actually very tall in the endings. And then you have the lewd crowd that like to portray Komachi having big breasts, and then Shiki is jealous of that, and like, I don't get why that's a thing. It just feels like we're talking about a completely different character at this point. Like, it's even more different than Alice. At the very least, Alice has connections to Marisa. At the very least, Alice shows tendencies of being antisocial. First, you have to learn to fear your judgment. Then you will likely take the right path. And then you get lines like this with Iki in the game, where she's just a completely different person compared to what people think she is. It's just something that has been prevalent. I don't like that scope. It's something that has been prevalent in this franchise for the longest time, and I don't think it will ever go away. I feel like, wow, I'm playing really bad here. I feel like Sun Biten will always just be known as the Funny Monkey. Hisami Yomotsu will just always be known as the lesbian flower who wants her boss to step on her. And I feel like Chiari will just be known as the stinky shut-in. Although, to be fair, she is a stinky shut-in, so... You know, that one is, like, totally fair, because that's just canon. And the Hisami one as well is also canon. You know what? It's just the Sunbiten one. Also, the fact that she's Goku, even though she's not actually Goku. I have come to accept this part of the fandom. And, like, I don't mind when there's flanderization. It's just... I like there to be a distinction between the fan base depictions of characters and the official depictions of the characters. Because let's say someone wants to get into the fandom, or the franchise, and they don't know where to start. Maybe they'll play a fan game, and oh, it turns out that Sakuya's personality in this fan game is completely different than how she is in the official art, in the official stuff. And that's actually happened. In fan works, Sakuya is seen as a very cold and malicious character. And, well, she is malicious in the official material. She is also stupid. she's a ditz, is the most kindest way to say. She's the type of character who is still human, who still needs to breathe, but will ask whether or not if air is important. And then will completely forget about the concept of air and what it actually is. She's the type of person who, when her and her mistress went into space on a rocket ship, she asked if she could open the window to the rocket ship because it's very cold, or it's very warm. She's the type of person who literally did not understand Shikiiki's preaching at all. She's ditzy. She's slow, she's ditzy, but she's fun. She's not like a mass murderer. She's not Flandre. She's not Fan and Flandre. And I feel like as time goes on, we're just gonna get every single character getting Flanderized. And again, it's not necessarily wrong. You know, fan bases can have their own versions of the characters. But because of how difficult it is to get into the official material of Touhou, and how difficult it is to even find it to begin with, it just feels like most of Zun's world is just kind of being pushed aside for the sake of pandering for the fandom's interpretations, the most popular interpretations. I joke that Reimu is the type of person to say she doesn't mind needless killing, because she actually said that. But she's not a bad person. She's not a psychopath. And I joke around about Marisa being a thief, but like...
Stable either, though.
What happened?
I don't think that also means that she's not mentally stable, though.
Oh, totally not. She is completely mentally unstable. Reverend's
Just 'cause
yelling
your
at me.
mental level doesn't make you a psychopath.
Yeah,
No
just
matter what the context is because, you know.
exactly. Just because there's a contextual reason as to why she doesn't mind needless killing, doesn't mean she's not, you know, unhinged. In the context of our world, she seems very much unhinged. But if we were to take it into context, there are reasons for it, but you can still make the argument that she is still kind of, yeah. But my problem is mostly that the fan base just takes one aspect of a character and then just runs with it. And that just becomes the character's only personality. It's like Reimu is the psychopathic grump who is mad about always being poor and is never happy and just kills whenever she wants to. When like she is happy, it's just, well, she's more easygoing, and that has to do with her ability. And then you have Marisa over here, who is always portrayed as a sneaky fox thief, which, you know, she is, but she has more layers to her. She also has a fragile ego. She also has introverted tendencies while also having an extroverted shell because she doesn't want to show off her actual feelings to people. You have Sakuya, who, outside of being, you know, malicious to yokai and people who cause incidents, is incredibly stupid. But in a very fun way, you know? It's not stupid as in, like, she's an idiot. It's stupid in that she's just ditzy. She's bubbly. There's more to a character than just, this person is a killer, or this person likes to steal. I'm trying to find an example of something that Maluki likes because I just want to. It's like calling Spyro. Let's see, I can't think of an example of an extreme part of Spyro's personality that would be taken as a Flanderization.
Well, unless you go to fucking Skylanders.
You know what? Skylanders, that's actually a good example. Yeah, he's Flanderized as being the hot shot with a big ego.
Yeah, essentially an idiot.
Yes. Which is like not what Spyro actually is in other material. Official material.
Yeah. I mean, even in the freaking original Spyro, he's not an idiot. I mean, he's a goofball, but he ain't an idiot.
Yeah. I described Spyro in the original series as a lovable dork who likes to have fun. And who cares about people. Oh no, she's returned.
Okay. I see that.
Sometimes I'm glad that things freeze.
Okay. Apparently my sister has a murder bear hat.
Oh, that's funny.
It's just a, like, a funny little bear face with, like, bullets dripping from his mouth. Like he
Aw.
ate someone.
Aww.
It's honestly kind of comical.
Sounds like Monokuma. He's a murder bear, technically. I was dodging a lot of stuff for a while there. Ah!
Proceeds to die.
No. Okay, now I'm dead. I made that sound because I just ended up right in between a wall of bullets. I was in a wall of hot dogs.
Hey, a wall of wieners.
That is also my sin.
Yeah, there are worse things.
Yeah, apparently. Like, lying.
Also, yeah, I just call hot dogs wieners because, I mean, it is technically their actual name.
I call them that too, except when I'm around my family, because that's you know, awkward.
I don't say it out in public, I just say it around family and friends.
Okay, well now I'm gonna make you say it in public.
I'll make the same happen to you.
I will gladly do that then.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Hey Maluki, I'm thinking of serving you wieners tonight. As I yell while we're inside of a cafe.
We're adults here.
Don't worry, I will make the wieners extra juicy for you.
What?
Okay, Sakuya, that did not hit Lily whatsoever.
Doesn't even make any sense, huh?
So, if the hot dog weenie is a wiener, does that technically make the bread the foreskin?
No, make it the fun.
Yes, but it has to be
The
a
wiener has to
euphemism
go
for...
in somewhere.
Alright, well, it's going in your mouth.
Fair.
Okay. Druid, take that out of context. Spirit 2023, it's going into your mouth. Maluki 2023. Whatever Maluki said. I like how I immediately forgot what Maluki said. I don't know if it's because I'm just dodging waves of bullets or if it's because I'm just that ditzy. I think it's a combination of both.
I think all I said was just like, yeah, fair.
Oh, thank God she's finally dead. Now I'm in the mood for hot dogs.
I just finished my bowl of Cheez-Its, so I think I'm okay.
Cheez-Its! You know who else is in the mood for Cheez-Its? Chopper. Chopper is in the mood for Cheez-Its, but he doesn't want to ask because he's embarrassed because of an incident that happened a while ago between you and him, which I will not say in the live stream. So he's gonna be embarrassed. So he's gonna be embarrassed for the rest of the ending. Don't worry, Maluki. You can apologize to Chopper later.
I hear bullshit. There it is. I found the bullshit.
At the Scarlet Devil
Get
Mansion.
down here, you stupid magic user, so I can smack you.
Hey, 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 hey! Don't you go dissing my people.
It's a
At the
Felmer.
Scarlet Devil
I'm not
Mansion.
disrespecting your people. Your people are more better than a fucking Felmer.
Thank you. A mansion whose color resembles that of a blood-colored rose. Currently, the flower is
you mind?
perfused. Do you mind? I don't like the color red. Currently, the
Sir,
flowers profusely bloom
Alright.
throughout Gensokyo,
That's
and this
it.
place was no
Grass is
exception.
grass. Get over here.
Oh gosh, that's a saying I haven't heard in a while. At the Meanwhile, in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Saki is just punting one of the maids. Currently, the flowers profusely bloom throughout Gensokyo. Coupled with the whites of the lake and the greens of the trees, a scarlet color could be seen. However, only the scarlet color of the roses seem to stand out strongly.
So you have chosen death.
Yes, that is what you say to your master, Sakuya. The tea is ready. Mm-hmm.
Proceeds to run sword through head.
At any rate, the flowers seem to be abnormal this year. Even the roses don't usually bloom this much. That is true. But it's pretty nice to have a time like this every once in a while. My, that's a pretty unusual thing for you to say. You're always so gloomy. You always say something like, it's an incident, or this is serious. I end up leaving unless I punish you. That doesn't always happen. And these flowers, I'm sure it's a natural phenomenon instead of an incident. Remy. Natural phenomenon? Sure. Even though the roses that had already been trimmed have rebloomed. Sure, a natural phenomenon. Oh hey, it's the bookworm. Hey Patchy. Pachu. They call her Patu in this game. Sakuya, what should we do with all these flowers I gathered? Ah, Miss Patchouli. It's not safe to bring these flowers over during tea time. It seems there are some poisonous ones mixed in here. But that's okay, it's not really that much to us. Well, maybe except for Sakuya. The poison might be enough to actually affect her. Well, she does hate things that cause pain. I'm pretty sure everyone does. But there are some unusual flowers in there, so I thought we might need to check for poisonous ones before getting to tea. Oh, just like I thought. You don't sound like yourself. If you acted like the usual Sakuya, you wouldn't care about things like poison as long as it was something unusual. That's true. Anyways, you shouldn't touch the poisonous ones yourself. I thought the tea might taste good if we had something a little bit poisonous. Sakuya, are you... Well, they are yokai, so I guess it wouldn't affect them. But next time, I think you should go with something that's healthier for the body. What's wrong with you? Did you gnaw on a belladonna fruit or something? She said doesn't want anything that causes pain. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Remy? That is just how I show my kindness, my warmth. I won't say anything cold to others anymore. Well, it is spring. In the end, the flowers throughout Gensokyo continued to bloom. Though the cause of this incident was something she couldn't try to completely and adequately grasp, it didn't feel dangerous from the start, and she didn't think she should look deep into it. With an incident to this degree, things should work out as if it was left up to the Shrine Maiden. This was the Shrine Maiden's job, and she, being the maid, felt that this was more of her business. Or this was none of her business. Yes, this time her decision not to solve this incident was out of her kindness, her warmth. I don't think that's what the Yama preached about Sakuya. But okay. The Phantoms refused to accept their deaths, so they bloom flowers and pretend to live on. Since the flowers feel the desire to keep blooming on... Oh, that's it. Congratulations, ending number 3. Yay! Out of 12. Yay! This game is very long. I am definitely going to have to split this up into multiple parts. Can I speed this up? Oh, I can. I remember that Touhou 19 took 3 parts, so it's only fair that this will undoubtedly take at least 3. Alright, Chopper, you can leave. Maluki is done being mad at you.
Eh?
No context.
As
Okay,
usual.
so I think we'll do one more story because it's starting to get late for you guys.
It's done 37.
Yeah, it's not too late.
Oh, that's good. Do you have to work tomorrow, Maluka?
Yes. That's why I'm going to be leaving a room before 12.
That is fair.
Uh-huh.
Well, we'll probably just do one more story and then we'll either do another one or we'll just end it there. So next up we have the half-human, half-phantom, half-baked Yomu Kompaku. Ghosty. It's not difficult to imagine this area to be abnormal since there are a lot of trees which can bloom flowers. Be sure to come once. Wow, she's always the first stage boss in these stories. To the Hotel Flowering Dogwood. I think I heard a disturbing song. There shouldn't be anyone here though. Maybe I'm just tired. Behind you, there's a bird behind your back. What? Shoot her! Yomu shoots the strange bird till win. So Yomu has an interesting shot, level 1 shot. If you charge it up to level 1, she does a huge slash in front of her. And the slash can erase bullets. One of the only level 1s in the entire game that can erase bullets. And apparently, this is so good that Yomu is considered top tier in the competitive scene. Just the fact that she can erase bullets whenever she wants. Her scope is similar to Yomu from, or not Yomu, we are playing as Yomu. It's similar to Yuma from Touhou 19, where it increases its size the more you hold down the focus button, and it will eventually envelop the entire screen. Now, the biggest problem when it comes to Yomu is that her EX attack is very small range because it's only in front of her. Huh, what exactly was I doing? Oh, it was just a bird. Ignore the burb. I wonder how far this outbreak is reaching. Nothing seems to have changed above the clouds, though. Oh, out for a walk alone today? Well, something like that. Wait a minute. That's what I should be asking you. Today is my special solo performance day. You're my first guest. But I don't want to listen. Yeah, unfortunately it has very short range, so if you're planning on slashing the boss, not gonna work. A good strategy is to just use your slash on the boss as soon as they show up, if you're able to. If you're even able to make it to the top of the screen. But by and large, you want to make use of her ability to erase the bullets. Unfortunately, erasing the bullets will not increase your hit combo, so you gotta also keep shooting if you want a good combo. She definitely seems like a complicated character, but I can also see why she's top tier. And there's the boss. Oh yeah, it's really difficult to get your charge off of them. And I don't know how much damage it actually does. Well, apparently she has decent power. No! Oh.
The only thing that's really good that comes out of polymer case, so you get a crud ton of freaking, like, potion materials.
Hmm.
Like,
Well, as long as you're able to build it up.
Like, I have 199 chorus eggs that I got just from here.
Hey, nice.
24 Foulmare ears. 207 glowing mushrooms.
Hmm.
Which I got just from here, by the way.
Awesome.
I'm also at 60k right now.
So are you going to potentially farm for it?
For what?
For the more materials in that area?
We're doing that right now.
Aw. Yeah!
Because I am going to do alchemy, I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because alchemy is a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah, it seems very complicated even in the main game.
How long is this dungeon? Holy crap! I've gone through 3 different areas. Like, 3 different load zone areas. This place is nutty.
Let me out!
Freedom?
Oh, she can slash the
Freedom?
medallions.
Freedom! Yippee! I'm free!
And then you immediately go into another dungeon.
No, I'm gonna go deposit my shit first.
And in order to get back into town, you need to go through a dungeon right outside of town.
I'm not going into any town.
Oh.
I'm going to my tower, where I live.
Alright, well you have to go through the tower dungeon.
Yeah, hold one door.
Well, as it turns out, a mage visited your tower and activated a teleportation spell on that tower. So now whenever you use that door, you teleport to a different tower, and now you have to go through the tower dungeon. Yes, I am making it overcomplicated for you. You're welcome. So apparently the bamboo can change its shape. Bamboo flowers are blooming. Well, isn't this rare? For you to be in a place like this. That's my line. I'm investigating the flower outbreak. That's my job, so go home and sleep. Sleep eternally.
Have you ever heard of a game called Thunderfire 4?
No. But it sounds familiar.
It looks like a Galaga or like whatever that fucking. It's like the game you're playing right now, but spaceships.
Mm. And is it vertical or horizontal? Sideways or forward shooter?
Up.
Both?
Up.
Oh, up. Okay, yeah. So basically just like Touhou. Got it. Send me the name so I can look it up later, because I am curious.
The reason why I was asking, because I was like, the music. Holy hell, it goes hard.
Oh, you know I love me some good music from a bullet hell.
I don't know if it's like a bullet hell of sorts. I mean, they kind of are a bullet hell, but more tame.
Yeah, it would be much better to
I
say
think.
like a space shooter or shmup.
Yeah.
Shoot 'em up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share it to you, because
Yeah. Well,
The
if
Ghost
it's
Wizard.
interesting enough, I will definitely play it for the channel. I guess I have no choice but to do it myself.
it's from 1992, by the way.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
There you go. Like, this is some pretty hard music from 1992. Like, the fuck?
I think I have actually heard this song before. Yeah, I'm definitely watching that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after the stream. I can't exactly watch it right now, though.
Mhm.
What do you want to do today? I don't need you. I'm searching for someone with a little more information. You came here to pick a fight, huh?
Oh, Thunder Force.
No, I literally said I came
That's
here
what
to
it's
look for
called.
more information. Yeah, most of my experience when it comes to shooters is Gradius,
Oh.
which is a sideways one, Touhou, and I mean, I've seen Ikaruga being played, but I have never actually played it myself. It does look fun, though. I may not necessarily be good at these games, but I'm at least passable. I say as I immediately ran into a bullet that I could have just avoided. Never jinx myself while I'm playing these games.
Or at least this song that someone made.
Yeah, I recognize the... Really? I recognize the thumbnail, and now I know that I've heard that song before. It is good. There we go. My manner of speech was rude. I'm searching for someone knowledgeable about Gensokyo. Fortunately, everyone in this house is indifferent to the flower outbreak for some reason. Come to think of it, the yokai and the likes who have lived a long time in Gensokyo don't seem to be doing anything either. Lady Yuyuko's like that too. Maybe they all know something. Maybe they're hiding something from me. This is bad. I can't find any leads at all. Are you also intrigued by the flowers? The flowers are blooming no matter where you go. Yes, this world is being eroded by flowers. Oh, and aren't they blooming in that world? The netherworld. They're only blooming unusually in this world. I feel like there might be a clue around here. I'd like to hear more about that. Well, okay. I'd like to hear more about that. But first, we fight. Seriously, it's like these girls can just have a conversation about tea and then they automatically fight each other. And it doesn't even end in an argument. They just want to fight. It's just the world that they live in, apparently. Right, there's my 100,000 score. Now to not shoot anything so my score can go down, and then I can immediately get the 100,000 again. Yay! I'm not sure if that's actually a good strategy or not, but I don't care. Get your knife away from me. Get your knives away from me! So many knives! Hey Sakuya, nice knife, patted. Can't believe I made a reference to that. There was an old joke in 2012 where I don't remember the context for it. I think it had to do with like the artwork from the fighting games, where Sakuya, the character, had like massive breasts. And yeah, it's one of those fandom things. She had massive breasts in the fighting games, and in the official Zune games, she doesn't. And so people just made the joke that she's just wearing pads. And every time you say that Sakuya is wearing pads, she knifes you. So if you go into the comments section of a Sakuya theme on YouTube, you will no doubt find someone making the joke of Sakuya has nice pads, knifed. I like the reversion of that meme where it's hey Sakuya, you have a nice knife, padded. She just throws pads at you. In Soviet Russia, pads knife you. I am playing very recklessly today, apparently. Although, to be honest, there's no bad ending, there's no consequence of, not playing well. Like that. Like, yeah, you only get 3 continues to your name, but each continue has about 5 lives, which equals to about 15 lives in total. And that's not even counting the amount of lives you can get through score. Unless you just suck massively, you can get through this game no problem. Get your knives out of here! The amount of knives I can slice with my blade forged by yokai are next to none! And the amount of pads I can slash are also next to none as well, because you don't have any. You're not wearing pads. It's a dumb joke. Let it go.
I have gems out the wazoo.
But are they crystal gems?
No, this is not a Steven Universe. No.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I have Steven on the mind. Oh, and I wanted to settle this incident first. Unfortunately, I'm the one who's gonna settle it. So first, you should tell me what you know. Well... there weren't any leads in the places I usually go to. I see. Looks like I must head to a region where human feet have not trotted. And that is... Yokai Mountain! It definitely is strange. I've always been so focused on the flowers, but... Who's there? The one who's been sneaking around and sticking to me for a while. I've been found out, but I'm not anyone suspicious. Not suspicious. Not sus, That's good. I'm making a close-up report on you, since you seem to be doing something interesting. The Wind God Girl. Great theme song. Making a close-up report? Doesn't that mean to follow me from behind without permission? If I told you, you might have stopped doing something interesting, so I quietly snuck on you. I'm not really doing anything too interesting. I'm just investigating the flower outbreak. Flowers, is it? You certainly did seem to be wandering around. But you don't try to find the core of the problem, do you? Core? Well, I thought if it was you, you would have noticed a long time ago. What are you talking about? Well, she is half-baked. Of course she wouldn't know. Nothing, it's fine. Now, if you would just kindly continue doing something that might make a good article. You were just toying with me. You look like you know something. Are all Tengu like this? Pretty much. I'm not toying with you at all. I like how she has a crow on her shoulder. She just has a bird who's just watching. judging you. I know you could have dodged that. You didn't try hard enough. I'm sorry. We Tengu have always watched over Gensokyo. There are no others who have watched over Gensokyo more than us Tengu. There are no others who are more knowledgeable about Gensokyo than us Tengu. However, I only observe the truth. The ones who create Gensokyo are you. Now then, allow me to stick to you and gather data once again. I shall be watching over you from behind. Hold on a second. After all you said, don't go back into hiding. I'ma slash you. I'ma shoot the strange bird. Till when? Oh, so you can't slash away her aim. Oh wait, no, never mind. You can. You can use the slash to erase her giant aimed bullet, which actually does look like a normal bullet. It's strange when the projectiles you dodge in these games actually do look and are shaped like bullets. Like genuine gun bullets. It's actually kind of refreshing. Okay, so apparently I just suck at Touhou 9. Which is weird because I really liked the Touhou 19 playstyle. But I guess I'm not good at this game specifically. The mechanics are just a little too much to handle. There's way too many bullets on the screen! And there's gosh damn Lily! Get out of here! Get out of here. And then she explodes. So much aim stuff, so much aim! Captain America in a nutshell. So much aim!
I'm kind of curious if you can actually make a sword out of bone.
Well, I have heard the term bone sword be used before. I guess it would depend on the type of bone, because I know in some fiction, certain creatures have really tough bones. Oh, in real life, well, there are bone daggers.
Oh, yeah, but those are small. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a sword made of bone.
Now that's a good question.
I mean, bones are basically just hardened calcium, but I mean, maybe.
If you're able to sharpen it well enough for it to be really, really pointy, I guess it could be used as a good spear.
Well, bones splinter pretty easily.
True. Which kind of doesn't make it a very good material to use as a weapon.
I mean, it's like when you snap it, it splinters.
Yeah.
But they are extraordinarily durable.
So you basically have to, like, really try to break it.
Well, depending on how big the bone is, yes.
True, true.
Like, it's your fucking femur, good luck with that.
I would also think, like, the type of
good.
animal that has the bone. Because I think it would be really difficult to break an elephant's bone, no matter how big it is. Now, if we're talking fiction, I'm pretty sure there are bone swords in fiction.
I'm literally using one.
Oh.
I'm using a dragon bone katana.
So, since Wolverine has an adamantium skeleton, wouldn't that mean if we make a bone sword out of his bones, it would be an adamantium bone?
I don't know, maybe?
I mean, technically. Although I do have to I did just remember, like, before he got the adamantium skeleton infused into him, his skeleton was just bones. Very durable bones, but bones nonetheless. He also still had that healing factor too, which is why his bones were so durable to begin with. Alright, there, Aya, you can write your article about bone swords. I want you to tell me, what do you know about the flowers? If I tell you, I might not be able to write an article. You don't need to. I thought that you would have realized right away. But are flowers the only thing blooming? Haven't you noticed something else increasing? Aha! That was it after all. This is gonna be troublesome. So Yomu ends up being like the only person who realizes what's going on like near the end of the game. Because she's a half ghost, she can sense the other ghosts inside of the flowers. It really was like this after all. I was led astray by the flowers, but the phantoms rather than the flowers are overwhelmingly abundant. It's not full of flowers, it's full of phantoms. Oh? Why is a resident of the other world in this world? Who's there? Hey, the Shinigami. I'm the first class Sanzu River Guide, Kamachi Abonozuka. I usually ferry deceased humans to the other world, but... thank you for your job well done. Yeah, these two are technically in the same field. I'm Kompaku, and I work in the netherworld.
Fucking soul tomato. What?
Soul Tomato?
Yeah.
Well, you know, there was a tomato enemy in Final Fantasy XII. So I would assume that Soul Tomato is the soul of that enemy.
I have 2 of them.
You have 2 Soul Tomatoes? Dude, that's awesome. What are you gonna do with them?
Put a soul in it, I guess.
Ooh,
Currently
ooh!
empty right now.
Can you put my soul in there? Well, please.
I'm not sure as to what reason it would serve to me to do so.
Because then you can carry me around all over the place. You could just open your pocket, see the tomato me, and is like, I'm waving at you. I'm like, hello. It's just little old me being a tomato in your pocket. I see. In a little while, the netherworld may get a little hectic. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Komachi? The number of phantoms in Gensokyo is at a bursting level. And they're all phantoms from the outside world, nameless spirits. Oh, it's me, but nameless. But I don't play the piano. Indeed, the number of phantoms is strangely large. Why is that? Something probably... Oh, looks like I'm being called. I will be right back.
Alrighty.
So what you working on, Pally?
Currently, still tracking down all that Crusader armor.
Gotcha.
Because it's got some pretty nice traits. Yes, well fun.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Apparently, I am going somewhere on Friday and also the next day. And my game crashed.
You walked away for too long.
She thought I
They
would
knew you
commit.
left.
She thought I would commit suicide, and so she took my soul to the afterlife.
Oof.
Okay, well, that was, that was a good story.
Yep. Maybe Zune felt that you played the game long enough.
You were talking about flowers for way too long.
Yeah.
Go outside and have a
Oh
snack.
god, it's the courier. What now?
The courier's here to bother you.
Oh, not another thing.
Oh. Okay, he gave me some weird catalog saying, hey, letter of new wares. I'm like,
Alright, so I'm playing through Yomu's story again. We're just gonna rush through everything. So, how was your day? How was your day, guys? Druid, you, I mean, you already told me your entire day.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. How does it feel being 34? I know I'm asking a stupid question.
Well, other than, you know, the ever so, flutters back and forth, not too bad.
That's fair. You have been feeling that a lot lately.
cool. So basically, for dealing with the Saints and Seducers, I am now able to get like their armor sets and their and some other miscellaneous materials now from them.
Nice.
That's handy.
Oh, sometimes I just run backwards and then I run straight into a bullet that I've already dodged. That is the worst. Well, I know one thing I'm going to do when it comes to Skyrim, when I eventually get back to that. I'm probably just going to do a normal playthrough like what Maluki did, and then I'm going to do a mod playthrough. Just to experience what Skyrim is like normally.
Yep, that's pretty much what I did, because I've actually never beat this Skyrim legitimately for the first time.
Yeah. You never got to the ending of the main story.
Yeah, mainly because I always got too transfixed by all the fucking side quests.
I mean, same.
Like every other player. Like literally every other player, man. It's like, ooh, side quest. Gets sidetracked. God damn it.
I got transfixed
300
by...
hours later, I still haven't beat the game. Bruh. Now I finally beat the game after the, what, 7 years of just having the game?
How many hours did it take in that playthrough?
I think I had like 300 hours on one of them.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not even an exaggeration. I literally played the shit out of it. I've completed like half the fucking side quests if I remember correctly. Like, I did all the companion. I did the whole Dawn Guard thing. I killed Mirak. And still a whole bunch of other random shit.
So, I know that Skyrim had... Well, actually, I don't know if this is true. Did it have any DLCs? Like, official DLCs?
Yeah. Dawn
Okay.
Guard and the one in the Dragonborn DLC, which is Mirak.
And so you did those?
Yep. Both
Okay.
of them.
Nice.
I did both the DLCs before I actually even killed the main storyline.
Wow. Well, if they're right there and it allows you to just do them outright, then that's fine. Wait, Marisa, what are you doing here?
The only reason I went and killed Mirak is because he started taking my dragon souls and I started getting annoyed.
Oh.
He started annoying me. It's like, he started laughing. He laughs every time. He's like, ha ha ha, I stole your soul from you, bitch. I'm like, alright, fucker. That's what
Hey,
happened."
bring it on.
Like, alright, I'm tired of your punk ass. Get over here. He was a challenge. I'll say that much. He was a challenge.
Maluki just folds up his sleeves and then just walks to his base.
Yeah.
Ah, shit, here we go again.
Honestly, I'm a little terrified to fight him. He was a deal with the game.
But you did it anyways.
No, I mean, yeah. I did it. Barely.
But it was a very tough battle.
Yeah.
Does the DLC come with the special edition of Skyrim? Because I do have that edition.
Yeah, Special Edition has all the DLCs.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would hope
Has-
so.
well, yeah, but then they added all the Creation Club stuff as a DLC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the anniversary edition.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's pretty neat that they managed to bring in a lot of that stuff in as well. Okay, so apparently, I completely forgot about this. Sometimes you will get, are you okay?
Yeah.
Did you scratch yourself?
Nope. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Just like I think I like twisted my the front part near my chest area, like near where the collarbone area is.
Mm-hmm.
I think I twisted some stuff in there, but I'll be alright.
Ooh, I hope so.
Yeah, because the way I was laying, I like had my arm one way and then I had my body the other. So,
Ah.
yeah.
It was basically an uncomfortable position, and now you're starting to feel the pain of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I completely forgot that in this game, sometimes you will just get a completely different stage as opposed to one playthrough. So there we fought Marisa when in the last playthrough we did with Yomu, we got Reimu, I think. So some things change, but the main plot doesn't. The final couple of stages don't. And I think that was the original plan for Touhou 19 as well. Some stages were going to be randomized, so like the first three stages of a character's story were going to be completely random characters. And it will change for each playthrough. But Zune, I think, scrapped it, probably because 19 characters, 19 stories. That was a lot of writing. And it was pretty clear that Touhou 19 had a bit of a crunch time frame. Because Zune released the demo at Touhou, at the Touhou Fest, the Rei Setsudai, I think is what it's called, which is a Japanese event for Touhou games. Back in May, I believe. It was either May or April. So the demo was released then, and then the full game released in August.
Okay.
So he didn't have much time to make the game and flesh out some of the mechanics. Granted, he did add the whole shield mechanic, which was a completely different game changer, and honestly made the game way more playable than it could have been.
Yeah, I was supposed to have had more thugs come after me at this point. There's a disturbing lack of thugs for the amount of murdered at this point. I wouldn't really say
You clearly haven't murdered enough. So, if I remember correctly, the more you do bad deeds in Skyrim...
they're not actually bad deeds, they're actually considered good deeds.
What?
Because I'm dealing with bandits.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm taking out bandits.
okay, so what determines whether or not bounty hunters will come after you?
If you are a vampire, you get Dawn Guard that come after you. If you start the Dragonborn DLC, Cultist will come after you.
Okay.
That's about it. Oh, and if you're a thief, because you'll get hired thugs and assassins that will come after you.
Now see, those are all legitimate reasons. I don't know about the DLC because I haven't played it yet, but yeah, they all seem like legitimate reasons for bounty hunters going after you. So it's not just like a Rockstar game system where you do bad deeds, then you get like the police after your tail.
No, it's a Bethesda game.
Okay,
It's usually tied to the story.
then it's much better in my opinion. Although, if I remember correctly, you can bribe your way out of punishment.
Yes, you have to be Thane or part of the Thieves Guild.
Okay.
Because if you're
We'll just find
Thane,
out.
if you are a Thane in a hold, you can literally talk your way out of it. Because you can tell the guards, listen, I'm a Thane. You need to stop.
Do a good thing, get ambushed. Fucking kill the ambushers.
Well,
Down with the
you
people
might
that
have
want to
done
down me.
Yeah, you might have done something.
Well, judging by that giant roar, apparently he did.
Stop it!
Ouch.
Stop with the fireballs.
Even when I'm playing confidently, Sakuya still kicks my ass. How did I?
got my 45% fire resistance. Dear God.
Oh, I dodged those knives.
This is brutal.
Stop throwing knives at me. It was the one snowball bullet. The very tiny snowball bullet that got me in. Alright. First death at stage 6. Okay, Mrs. Jack a Little Bile, you don't have to use that to prove a point.
Not sure what the red guard was trying to attack me for, but yeah, whatever. Not my business.
No.
Are those fucking goblins? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck?
Are there goblins? I know there were orcs in the game, but I didn't know there were goblins.
Yes, sir.
They're not. These are definitely not. These are
What,
not.
the goblins?
Yeah.
The goblins? Creation Club added goblins in, and Dawn Guard
Oh.
has goblins.
I have never seen goblins before.
I have. They are, in fact, legitimate parts of the game.
Cool.
That's so fucking weird.
Well, yeah, it is. Even I was surprised by it.
Goblins.
That's what they sound like.
I can't go this way.
They're goblins and gremlins.
Basically, that's what they are.
Speaking of
They made me
gremlins,
laugh.
have you guys ever watched the Gremlins movie?
You know what's funny? When you go to the Thirst Meat Hall, because this is what I'm going to do, being that I am a
So I'm guessing
vampire.
you can't go into the Dawn Guard area until you've asked someone about the Dawn Guard.
No, you can go there. You have to go to Riften, and then you have to look for a location that has two little fire briars outside that are made of wood. And,
Made of wood.
And it's a cave. It's called Daybreak Canyon. And you're not going to be able to find it by normal means. So you basically need to be like towards the like you're going into
Wait, so I need to go to where again? What city?
Riften, but you need to go to the bottom right.
Yeah, that's where I was. I went down that fucking path out of Riften down to the right.
I will show you.
Unless you mean up the fucking mountain, which is which I'm going right now.
You have to go like
I'm going up the mountain.
never each. You have to go like northwest, but more towards the west. So it's like there's a big chunk area. Let me share my screen. I'm not doing any.
Yeah, it's better. It's better to just show it off as like a visual example.
Well, I'm following a pale path of blood, so that sounds interesting.
Yeah, that's not it though.
Going up the mountain.
Alright,
Oh,
I'll show
that's to
you.
a frost troll.
Hallie. Oh, you dealing with the troll, right?
Yeah.
Over here.
Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Or Day Spring Canyon, I mean, I'm sorry. I know it was Day something Canyon.
Oh, I went a little further to the right.
Like I said, it's somewhere in this general area.
I passed
Because
it,
sometimes,
I did.
yeah, you go in there, and then you just walk all the way to the Dawn Guard castle, and then talk to the one guy talking to the vigil that's Dendar. He's basically a guy that's like wearing gray robes with a I think it's a hammer on his back. And then talk to him, and then tell him you want to help with the vampires.
I almost got Aya in
And
one
then
life.
he will what is it? He will then start the quest for you, or give you a quest to go to
And then
Dim
you can
Hollow.
walk- Then you can walk through the gate area.
Yeah, then you can go into Dim Hollow Crypt and do that whole storyline. Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is because I need to get past the room to see if I can get this Crusader piece.
I might as well send that to her side. I'm not using this charge for anything. I like Touhou 9 when I can play it, but the story isn't all that fascinating. Mostly because it's just the same for every single character's story. Oh, we gotta go find out who caused the flowers. Oh, someone didn't cause the flower incident. Okay. And then we get judged by our sins. I mean, it's interesting,
yeah,
but like...
And like I said, when you use modded stuff, always make sure that you're constantly saving.
Oh, I am.
That was
I'm saving the religious.
stupid decision.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't realize this. Wait, what the fuck is my fault?
Will we get
I
out of the...
have
Wait!
I have the quest for the Dim Hollow Cave, but I haven't gone to do it yet. So
Oh yeah, you're just gonna take all my lives, aren't you? And then she retorts by saying, ah, yeah.
I just realized this.
Little old me.
Okay. So when you wear a cape, it gets rid of your tail.
yes,
And you have that mod that allows you to keep the tail, right? Or allows you to have a tail to begin with.
Oh, yeah, I always had tail because I'm an Argonian.
Oh right, you know, I sometimes forget that Argonians innately have tails.
Same with his heat.
and I'm playing as a high elf.
Makes sense.
Well, for this character build, anyway.
Yeah. I know sometimes you usually rock the Khajiit or the Argonian. Just depends on how you feed.
Nowadays, because I just like need.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fair.
So, for me, the only two things that make logical sense are, sorcerer, because mage, the class in the Loricon location, the only two things that make sense to me are sorcerer and spell sword, because for mage you need full light like robes and stuff. I'm wearing Ulfric's bracers. Ulfric's bracers are light armor, so that voids out the effect of mage.
Ah, here it is.
Like the one time I'm actually playing confidently for this stream, and she still kicks my ass. This game is just hard.
Here. Mage. While wearing no light or heavy armor, Magicka is fortified by 150. But I'm not wearing those, I am wearing light armor. Sorcerer just out the gate regenerates Magicka 30% faster in all magic types, plus 10% less to cast. And I went with Spell Sword, which is Magicka regens 50% faster when you have a melee weapon equipped in your right hand. And it makes sense because this character uses a sword and magic.
Random spirit, we are the same. Why do you hurt me? I am one of you. I am your people.
I have already killed a few vampires already.
Yeah.
I'm trying to murder them.
And Druida's like, why? Why would you kill my people?
Because they attacked him. I don't blame him.
Fuck? Why did she just die in like 1 minute and 11 seconds? Why was that so easy this time?
Without hesitation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now
Okay,
it's time to
who's
read
sitting here
dialogue.
with an axe and a torch. Me over here. I'm in full fucking dragon armor. I don't care. I am here to murder people, or not murder, but okay. I'm not saying murder. I really need to have a better term for it.
Oh, and the two, Pally, you know the realm of Loricon when we start?
Yeah.
In that area, you can pick your classes, right? Because I went with spell sword, it took my two shards away. So you need to take 2 curses, one curse, which gives you 2 shards back, to pick one if you're doing like two different classes at the same time. So I picked up Clumsy because I am not using stealth, and Generous, which means sell prices are 10% lower, but buy prices are 10% higher.
Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Which is-
Maluki, you said you need another term
Okay.
for murder. I would say you should call it needless killing.
No, I was just saying it's
No, another word for killing, ethnonasia.
He's
I
not
can't say
wrong.
the word.
You-
Cannot say the word correctly.
you mean
It's-
euthanasian or
Thank you.
euthanization?
Yeah.
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 I don't think Maluki will remember that.
No, he won't.
Nope.
I can barely even say it correctly.
No, I am literally just here to just deal with people's problems. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
There's a large number of spirits. Why is that? Something probably happened in the outside world, something very serious. Well, let's forget about that for now. We gotta ferry these spirits to the Yama. There are too many souls that it's almost impossible to do my job. First off, there aren't enough boats. Is that so? So nanoka. Wait, why are you going to ferry these to the netherworld? Alright. Or, that's right. I'm going to get in the
You
really
actually
chaotic
reminded
in
me,
the other
I
world.
haven't actually picked a class.
It's a pain, so maybe I'll kill off some now.
I forgot to be honest.
The phantoms here have yet
Really
to
forgot
receive
about
their
it.
judgment. They haven't officially died if you kill
Like,
some
that probably
now.
would have been helping me this whole time.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Here I am already level 31, and this is the first time I've actually been back here since I fucking left.
Okay, so this is interesting. If you kill a phantom before it has received judgment from the Yama, I think I've already disposed of. Oh gosh, Yomu! If you kill a phantom before they get judged by the Yama, they will be cut off from the cycle of reincarnation and the circle of transmigration.
Oh,
There will
actually,
be
apparently I
less
did have that,
children who will
actually.
be born into the world. Since you've been born as a half-ghost, you can't understand samsara. I'm going to give you a lesson in the pain and the cycle of humans. Like, I'm glad that we're keeping up with the character trope Yomu had in 7.5, where she just needlessly cuts everything. Doesn't ask questions and cuts first. And that's a big problem for her because her swords, the Rokanken and the Koryoken, are swords that can cut through anything, even ghosts. And so she can legitimately kill ghosts to the point where they can no longer be reincarnated ever again. We're fighting with a character who can cut ghosts, and we're also fighting against a Shinigami. I didn't know we were watching Bleach this early. I'm assuming people in Bleach are able to defeat ghosts, or at least reap ghosts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be
they're
known as
called-
Shinigami.
Well, there's different types. There's called hollows, which basically eat other souls and convert. And they eat other souls.
Okay.
And then there's also holes, which are basically normal souls. That when they die, they're holes, but then they become hollows over
Okay.
time if a group of hollows come and get them and forces them to become a hollow.
So basically, hollow is the final step for the process of these ghosts.
Yes.
Okay.
And then you have later down the road, you have things called Arankars, which are basically advanced hollows. And the only reason they're advanced is because Aizen found a bunch of hollows and was able to give them like a humanistic form, but they're still hollows.
It's just that now they're special. They have
Yes.
human forms. They're able to. I'm assuming they also have a will of their own.
Yes.
They're able to interact just like normal humans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That explains why some characters are classified as hollows, despite the fact that they look human in nature.
Well, those are Arankar.
Oh, okay.
Like Grimjow. He's like that guy that has like cat form to him.
Yep.
He what is it? He's an around car, meaning he used to be a hollow, but Aizen gave him abilities and sort of formed him into like a humanistic form. Yes.
Interesting. Okay. So where does the Shinigami come into play?
Slow society.
Right. That is what Ichigo belongs to.
Which he didn't belong to at first.
Yeah, he basically had to join through.
He basically had to invade and then fight everybody.
Ah, okay.
Certain people.
He had to prove his worth that he's able to participate in this type of stuff.
He got killed by Kenny or Kenpachi. You know, Zaraki. Let's not use Kenpachi. Let's just say Zaraki.
Let's use the English
Kenpachi
dub names.
No, because Kenpachi is a title.
Oh, okay. Right, some of the
let's
characters
use
have
Zaraki.
special titles to them. Okay.
His name's Zaraki, but his title is Kenpachi.
Gotcha.
So just say Zaraki. He what happened was he got the power. He got his hollow powers from, or not his hollow, his Soul Reaper from Rukia, because Rukia told him, yeah, use your power to save your sisters. He took all of it and then killed the hollow. So now he became Soul Reaper. But in that process, what had happened was he basically damned Rukia to death. So eventually they go through this whole process. They meet up with what is it? They meet up with Uryu, who ends up being a Quincy, which is like German Soul Reapers in a weird way.
Oh, right. I remember
They're not
you
good.
showing me
They're not
scenes of those
good.
guys.
Yeah, they're not good. Let's just say that. They hate the Soul Reapers.
Ooh.
Yes.
Which pretty much spells tension for everyone.
And that goes back to the whole thing with the Soul King and all of that stuff. Because Yuhabak is the son of the Soul King, and Yuhabak is part of the Quincy bloodline. You know, again, it's like it's such a massive amount of information that your head will go, oh god.
Oh, it sounds like Touhou when I try to explain to people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I sort of got most of it, so yeah. I mean, I'm used to anime stories, so it's pretty self-explanatory, this type of stuff.
The souls in the swords, the Zanpaku toes.
Yeah.
This is how Kubo says it. It's canon and non-canon at the exact same time.
Because there was a filler arc where they became actual people.
But yet, in the 1,000-Year Blood War, the characters are able to talk to their weapons, and the weapons talk. Some of them will talk back.
Yeah. Alright, first dialogue, and then we will continue. But I always kill some spirits in the Netherworld. The spirits in the Netherworld and the spirits here before being sent to the Netherworld are completely different. Before they're sent to the Netherworld, they're still in a living state. But with this many phantoms, how are we going to deal with them if we can't dispose of some? You don't. You just have to deal with it. You just have to do your work. These cherry blossoms are amazing. I can't believe there are cherry blossoms as magnificent as these in Gensokyo. Violet cherry blossoms. The flowers that bloom from ones who have sinned. Who's there? Unforgivable sin, dye red blood violet, and soon scatter. Iki. I am the one who judges sin, the one who sends the spirits residing in violet cherry blossoms to Avasi. It seems you have been in care of Komachi, so I came here to greet you. In care of? Nothing really happened, but are you possibly the Yama? That is right. Yomu's like the only character who actually knows who the Yama is, and you know, fair? She's in her actual work dynamic, so of course she would know her. Pardon my rudeness. For the Yama to come, something considerably serious must have occurred. Komachi was slacking off, so I came here to punish her. Do you have anything to do with the flower outbreak? What in the world are these flowers? The stronger people aren't doing anything at all, too. Flowers are... The humans from the outside world see them as illusionary hiken. Not even realize they have died, pitiful flowers of souls. If phantoms who lose their place increase, what will happen as a result in this? Is this. It is not particularly dangerous. So that's how it is. But why have the phantoms increased so much? Once every 60 years, the cycle repeats itself. Always, even until now. It's not dangerous, so leave it alone is fine. In any case, you. Yes, you come into this world a little too much. ... You are a half-ghost. If you continue entering this world like this, I must also eventually judge you. If I were to be in charge of judging you, you would be cast into hell as a human. Hell? Wait, I'm a being of the netherworld. Why must I be judged? There, are you acting how a being of the netherworld should act? Do you not come to this world without thinking and fool around? That is not acceptable. You are neither a living being nor a dead one. Since you are in an unstable position, you can live in the netherworld and slice phantoms. I'm still living in the netherworld, and I can still slice phantoms. You have become too acquainted with this world. If you raise a wild wolf, it will become a pet. If phantoms live in this world, they will become a living being. You need to be judged here, little. Look back on your sins below these violet cherry blossoms. So that was like the first indicator of the 60-year cycle. So another thing about this game is that it references the 60-year cycle a lot. And I believe this has ties to Japanese mythology. 60 years... There's a certain equation as to why it's 60 years, but basically, 60 years is the amount of time for the world to reset its cycle of seasons, elements, nature, and evolution, and life itself. It has to do with an equation involving 4 seasons, 5 elements, and a certain other factor that I do not remember of. Most of this information is on the wiki. I can probably look it up later for the next session. But basically, an important factor is that every 60 years, this cycle of reincarnation happens, and life begins anew in the world itself. That is an aspect in mythology. And in the Touhou universe, it equates to the flower incident, where a bunch of flowers start blooming because human life becomes too overbearing in the real world, and so an incident must occur in order for balance to make way. Basically, every 60 years, a horrible incident has to happen in order for life to reincarnate itself. Now, an interesting factor. Oh, normally, if you die, you will not come to me. That is why I must judge you here and now. Now, this game took place in 2005 in the real world. And I believe 60 years before that was World War II. And so the game implies that World War II was the incident that caused life to reincarnate again. And then in 2005, there was another incident involving an earthquake and a tsunami hitting Japan, which took a lot of lives. That is why in the story of this game, ghosts are rampaging all throughout Gensokyo and possessing flowers. The same thing had occurred 60 years ago when World War II happened. And the reason why none of the characters remember this happening 60 years ago is because so far we've only been playing as the humans. All the humans who have technically lived for only 20 years. You know, Reimu, Marisa being 20, Saka being 20. Yomu canonically has lived for 60 years, but she does not know about the incident. Why she doesn't know it, I don't know, but I find it interesting that this is like the first instance. It's not the one instance, but it's the first instance of Touhou bringing real-life events into the canon of the game. Actually, no. The last game was the first time where it introduced real-life events, because the Apollo landing was technically canon to the Lunarian story. So the Apollo moon landing was the first instance of real-life events being important to the lore of Touhou. Because one thing to always remember is that the outside world that they always mention is supposed to be our world. So events that happen in the outside world are events that, in the context of the story of Touhou, technically have happened. World War II and the tsunamis are part of the 60-year cycle, and in Touhou 18, COVID-19 and the pandemic had affected the incident in that game as well.
Oh, I posted something in general for you and Scar.
Oh,
in
nice.
In case you guys don't know anything much about the whole Bleach storyline. And
Oh,
the guy,
thank you.
it's a 2-hour video, but the guy basically goes into detail about the whole series, basically, so you get an idea.
Hey, I don't mind watching videos that long, so it's fine by me. I'm definitely gonna watch it.
It's just play it in the background like, if you have a headset on and you're doing something else.
Exactly. I do that all the
You have
time
an
when
idea.
I'm... Yeah, I do that all the time when I'm drawing. I just have the window on the side. I am curious to know more about Bleach, from what you told me. And I would watch it myself, but, you know, we tried looking for it on Netflix. Netflix doesn't have it, neither does Crunchyroll.
For what?
Bleach.
Oh.
Yeah, Spirit was interested in it, so.
Yeah. And I think the only place that has it is Funimation.
Mm,
I would believe so. I actually haven't looked.
yeah.
But that's literally like the only place where a popular anime would be at, if not on Netflix or
Well,
Crunchyroll.
Well,
Or Disney
the
Plus.
the only place. Notice how I paused there to watch it.
Yes, Druid. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Yes.
There's a reason why I haven't stated how I got these games
Oh,
on,
yeah,
on
that's right.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I can. I'm pretty sure
Well,
I can mention it, but like, I'm not sure.
They do exist. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, good luck trying to find them, though. I'm not telling you how, but
Well-
good luck.
Okay, yeah, for Bleach, yeah. In the context of Touhou, the site is very easy to find.
Mhm.
In fact, it's the name of one of the shrines in the series.
Yeah.
So, like, everyone will always remember it. So, there was something I wanted to ask about. I think it had to do with Bleach. Oh yeah,
Oh.
it was just an opinion. I like the fact that the creator, or just the writing team, brings in aspects of the filler arcs from the anime, and tries to make them canon either through the manga or through other arcs in the anime. That are
Mostly
actually-
just for the anime.
Okay, well, even still, that's fun to see.
It's mostly through the anime, so like,
Well, at that point, the anime is its own thing. It's its
Yeah.
own beast with its own type of storylines. And granted, other animes are like that too. You know, you got filler arcs in Naruto where they sometimes reference other filler arcs.
Yep.
And Naruto in the anime is just a completely different thing than Naruto the manga. You could also say the same thing about One Piece,
yes.
or pretty much any other anime manga medium.
Mm-hmm.
I think like Death Note is one of the only anime mangas series that is pretty that's pretty faithful to the source material.
Right.
I think like the only thing that's different compared to the anime and the manga is the anime cuts out a lot of investigation time in season 2. You get a lot of scenes with Nier and his investigation that you just don't get in the actual anime. So when he finally figures out something, I think it was like trying to figure out the fake Kira. It's just one scene, and it basically cuts to him figuring it out. But in the manga, there's like a whole section of him trying to go through like different methods on how to find the fake Kira. Granted, the same could be said for live action series as well. One Piece live action and One Piece the anime/manga are also completely different. It ultimately just has to do with the type of medium you're trying to translate the story into. With anime, you have a lot more time to flesh out characters and bring in different stories, fillers, and all that. Speaking of fillers, Chopper loves fillers. And so he's embarrassed, though, because not a lot of people like fillers, so he's going to be hiding the ending for us. Because he's trying to hide the fact that he likes fillers. If it isn't obvious at this point, I'm trying to find excuses on how to put Chopper into the endings every time an ending comes up. I'm gonna see how far I can go along with it.
I think it was pretty obvious at this point.
Okay, good. And just so you know, Maluki, he doesn't hate you. And he didn't find you racist.
Not sure why he would. I don't really even know him.
But he knows you.
That's disconcerting.
The Netherworld.
Right word for it.
Oh, that's called being a stalker.
I use that word so often that I'm not even sure if I actually understand what I mean anymore.
We'll tell you when you're older. The Netherworld, a place where humans live after death, waiting for the next life.
Boy.
We'll tell you when you're Druid's age.
What, when he's 35?
No, when he makes it to your age.
So when he's 35.
No, when he makes it to the current age that you'll always be.
What's that?
If you're 33,
He's saying
and then a year
never.
later you become 34, then he needs to be 34 in order to learn it. And then if you become 35, he needs to become 35 when he learns it. And it will change constantly.
Like never.
Yes, exactly.
He's being a fucking smartass.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Speaking of love, there's the ghost. The ghost who likes to eat a lot. Yomu, are you pretending to be cleaning? Ah, Miss Yuyiko. I am not pretending. I really am cleaning. I heard about you. The Gensokyo was filled with flowers and you went to try and keep it all to yourself as a secret from me. I don't understand what you mean by trying to keep it all as to myself. You were the one who told me about it in the first place. But I am certain that the flowers in Gensokyo have been caused by an incident. It's just the situation was already something that couldn't be helped. If you're going flower viewing, then by all means, let's go together. I'll go myself. No, you mustn't. Ah yes, I heard another thing. You got scolded by the... Yomu, you got scolded by the Yama, didn't you? How did you know that? I heard directly from her. Oh, well, she did tell me not to cut down so many ghosts. Well, besides that, she was pushing me to teach you more. Huh? What kind of teaching? More, it's easier said than done. I've never really taught you anything either. Well, first of all, let's start with teaching you how to pour some delicious tea. Did the Yama really tell you to do something like that? I gotta teach you how to keep an open mind. She didn't actually tell her to teach her that. Yuyiko's just using it as an excuse. After all, even if I talk to you what the Netherworld or what Ghost is, you wouldn't completely understand, wouldn't you? No, I don't think that's true. However, you do try to remember what you've known so far. Huh? About how you wouldn't cut down the ghosts in Gensokyo with your sword. What? Oh, that. After all, wouldn't it be a waste on your sword? Well, it wouldn't reduce my sword, but I will at least remember that very well. She doesn't remember it after this game. She continues to cut down things. She's an idiot. The Netherworld is a place for ghosts to temporarily stay if they are permitted to do so. Ghosts who don't die in peace either go astray or hold their own attachment to life, and they become poltergeists at that point. The Yama decides what world a ghost goes in its afterlife, according to the weight of its sins. Whether it goes to hell, heaven, or the netherworld. Yomu would abruptly cut off the ghost's wandering. That is, she'd bring them to a peaceful death. In other words, if a ghost were to be cut down by her sword before it gets judged by the Yama, then even one that embraces sin could end up in heaven. Oh, that's bad. That is why she was told that it would be better to not cut down the ghosts of this world. Okay, so they don't just disappear, they can go wherever they want when they get cut down by her. So, like, for instance, a mass murderer can end up in heaven and not repent for his sins.
Crashes completely randomly now. From, like, sometimes, I don't even understand why. I crafted a fucking silver sword when you crashed. Bro.
Oh man. Well, I guess you can't make a silver sword anymore.
No, I just need to get back to wherever the fuck I last see.
Oof.
Help us soon.
The Yama said that the flowers were ghosts from the outside world. The mistress had been told to make sure the ghosts would not be cut down, which meant Yomu had gotten the message telling her to leave this flower incident alone. The flowers of Gensokyo continued to bloom. She stopped trying to return the flowers to normal and believed that she could freely go flower viewing with the mistress, this time as a being of the netherworld. Congratulations, ending number 4, yay! Chopper, you did good. You can go flower viewing now. Go flower viewing with Yomu and Yuyuko. I like Scar's reaction to the video you sent, Druid. Just a simple, oh shit. But alright. That is 4 stories. That is 4 stories done. 8 more to go! Yay. Wait, actually. No, wasn't there like 14 stories? 10 more to go!
That's how massive Bleach is, by the way.
Let's see. Oh.
See the hours?
Yep. Okay, I'm definitely watching that.
That's how massive Bleach is.
Hey, I don't mind. I don't mind watching a video that long.
Okay.
Alright, well. We could play as the Bunui, but I will save that for next time.
Okay.
I am getting tired and my hand is starting to hurt from all the tapping.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And Maluki is threatening to kill needlessly. Oh, I'm sorry. He's threatening to euthanize people.
What? No.
Euthanasia.
Euthanasia, that's what it is. He's going to commit euthanasia on people.
I'll fucking send you here.
Blue Reimu! That's where we're gonna end it. Alright, tune in next time for some more Touhou 9. And maybe then we can actually get through more of the stories. Goodbye, everyone.
Good night,
Yeah.